Karibuni. JFC. Come. Jacinta, you will be wearing 2 caps or you only remain with one.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The chair and the team that is supporting him, the board, and also the SG, who we met at YMCA at that time. I think first we need to appreciate them for bringing us together. Let us clap for them. First, my name is Renox Sonyango. I am the principal at JFC Monene College of Health Sciences. It is in Thika. And we are glad to be associated with this team. With me, I was joined with my team. Let me allow them to introduce themselves.
Good morning. Good morning once more. My name is Beverlyn Manjeri from JFC Monene College of Health Sciences. We are here, courtesy of the chairman. We are humbled to be amongst you people as we interact and learn more. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning once more. My name is Ombaki Dixon. I'm a lecturer at JFC Monene College.
Thank you. JFC Monene is also planning to introduce the diploma in mortuary science. So for those people who come around that region, have an interaction with them to find out how easy it will be. I want to leave the best for the last, because the mother of this course is here. I've seen the mother and I've seen the father. He was somewhere. I saw him. I don't know where he's gone, but he will be smoked out. Jacinta, come.
God is good another time. Mr. Chair, today I just wanted to wear my Mortician cap because I'm a proud Mortician. I'm Jacinta Washuri. I'm a Mortician by profession, currently working in University of Nairobi as a lab technologist, a Mortician trainer. And by the grace of God, I'm also working as an external lecturer at KMTC. It's true, I'm Mortician mother. I've mothered all this. Hata wenye unaona na kitambi kubwa kubwa. My chairman, Elkana, they are my students. And I praise God for that. The only person who will encourage other people to work more awapite ni mwalimu tu, si ndio? We will work so hard to see you even bypass us. And I'm very proud you, my students, are here reading this association. And I'm seated where you are reading it. I thank God for you all. I also came here as a team that was escorting my vicar. He's my vicar in our church. And I serve there and be served in a capacity of people's warden. Mimi ndio nachukua grievances za washirika. In short, that is what people's warden means. Na kuhakikisha kanisa imekaa vizuri na kila mtu amefurahi. Mchungaji akienda kombo ni mimi namuita kumwambia hapo ulikosea. Na I thank God for that position also. Thank you so much. We'll be with you till the end. And from here, mimi ni Mortician. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We are very proud of you. You are doing a good job with your team. God bless you.
The father has refused to stand, so we will look for him later. Most.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Miles from Masinde Muliro University in the Department of Human Anatomy, where we teach mortuary science and practice. And also, I'm a coordinator of the program in MUST and a coordinator for Uzimo University Diploma class, ya mortuary science. So I'm very proud to be here. And with me, I had a group which we came from MUST. I think Mr. Mureithi, is Mr. Mureithi in? I think he's out there. And if you require anything about, because I'm seeing the KMTC and other people are talking about diploma. As in MUST, we start with a certificate, because that is competencies. So if you want to come to MUST, karibu sana, home of morticians. And then if you feel like you want to start diploma, you come again to MUST. And you are coming with a degree. We will be the first university to offer a degree in mortuary science and practice. Can you clap for yourself? So we want morticians to be noble people in the community, people who are respected, and also people who have gone to school. That is the main agenda of Mapake. And also, I think most of you want to progress in your career. Particularly, I'm the Chief Technologist, Human Anatomy, Masinde Muliro University, and I welcome you to the University of Choice. Thank you.
I have not seen Trisent. Whenever they come, I will introduce them. MTRH. And if I'm locking somebody out, just make sure you inform me. I might not have gotten all those who've come. Or as they come in, let me know.
Bwana asifiwe. Praise the Lord. God is good. Asanteni sana. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Mortician from Uasin Gishu County, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Mortician. Nimefurahia sana leo kuungana na nyinyi pamoja ili tuendeleze kazi mbele. Lakini ile jambo ambayo ningependa kusema, hii kazi kuna wale wameitwa, wako na mwito. Hii kazi kuna wale wanakimbilia pesa, they are after money. Na sio hivyo, ni kazi ile unafanya, ile unaweza fanya kazi yako kama fundi wa nyundo na mbao. Ufanye ukipenda, sio ufanye kwa sababu kitu fulani unaangalia. Nafikiri niko na mwenzangu hapa, atawasalamia kidogo. Karibu.
Bwana asifiwe. Kwa majina ni Ruben Wekesa from MTRH.
Asante. Nataka tu kukumbusha tu chairman kitu kidogo tu. Nimeona akifanya introduction na jatajako Uasin Gishu. Sisi pia Uasin Gishu pia tuko. Next pia panue mabawa yake mpaka Uasin Gishu kule. Si namna hiyo? Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you. For the rest of us, I think in the interest of time, I'll just introduce you in your clusters. Let me see those who've come from Nairobi. Just stand and wave. General members, please. Nairobi. So those are morticians from the different institutions from Nairobi. Asanteni sana, let's clap for them. Western Nyanza region. Let's clap for them. Asanteni, karibuni. South Rift, who are the host, mko wapi? Sawa sawa. That is from Narok, Nakuru. Thank you, karibuni. North Rift. North Rift amujijui. Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Iten. Very good. Karibuni sana. Central Region. Ado Anyoba. Karibuni sana. Northeastern and Eastern. Ukambani, Embu, Meru. Good. Thank you. Karibuni sana. And then watu wa Pwani. Hey. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much. I think our chief guest karibu, those are the people who are represented in this place. We have taken the challenge. We will come and visit the North Rift to make sure that all of them are in the house. Let me now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Ngulungu, who will give us some words of wisdom, and then he will invite our chief guest today, who is the MedSoup, who is standing in on behalf of the governor. Karibu Daktari. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me for this great occasion. We know here there are several people and groups, including our chief guest, the county government representatives, delegates, members of the training colleges, that is KMTC, and representatives from different regions. I greet you, good morning, and how are you? Namokopoa, that is very good. My name is Dr. Ngulungu, and I'm a pathologist, and I work in this county. I specialize in clinical pathology and also in forensic pathology. I'm also a line member of this organization, and I'm very delighted to be here and to be invited here. We know this is a very noble profession, and which has been entitled as innovative research and technology. I've been invited here to welcome you in this great conference. So even if you are from where, all the parts of Kenya, from every region, you are representing different institutions. If you're welcome in Nakuru County, please come and interact with us and share knowledge with us, and be free to be in Nakuru County. Let me say, mortuary services takes place, and the Mortician joins the large group of health providers, those who provide health services, and at a point of exit. When we live in this world, we live and perform and serve at various capacities. And when it comes for us to exit, we all go to the mortician who will take care of us. And remember that death is inevitable, and anytime we talk about death, we mean there can be death which is natural and death which is unnatural. So when we all go to the mortuary, there are some various aspects which are attached to either natural or unnatural death. And that is a time when we want to know what really caused this death, which can be a disease process and which can be unnatural or homicide. In that case, when these bodies arrive in mortuary, it is the mortician who take care of them and preserve every evidence that we need to look at and cause investigation. For example, if it is homicide, it is the mortician who preserve the body for us to collect samples and also the DNAs for various analysis and also including toxicological profiles. If it is a disease process, it is the mortician who preserve the bodies, and then we can take the various samples for the investigation. For instance, during the time of COVID, we were able to take samples and then we could describe how COVID was killing person. And in that case, the living was learning from the dead. And then we pointed out some things about coagulopathy. When it comes to the time of dispatch of the body, it is the mortician who takes part in preserving these bodies, because decomposing bodies really can emit some offensive smells, and then it can be offensive to the people who are handling. They also make sure that the bodies are very safe for handling, and in that case, they take place in the preservation of our environment. And since also when we are disposing the bodies, there are several, to some people, these are some occasions. So they preserve the body and then they make sure that the body looks as if it is somebody who are asleep. And then it gives the psychological comfort to the people who are mourning and gives them that picture of that this person is just sleeping. So with all those, it is very important to note that this provision it is not free of challenges. So it is in the spirit of addressing these challenges and also the pleasures of the professions that all of you are gathered here to discuss the challenges, the pleasures, and to transform the profession and put it where it should be. It will take a very long way, but at long last, I know you are going to be there. So feel free to share knowledge, to share your skills, and to share your experiences, and don't be afraid to even learn more from your colleague. And with all those remarks, it is my pleasure to welcome our chief guest, who is Dr. Waweru. Dr. Waweru is the medical superintendent, Nakuru County Teaching and Referral Hospital, and is also my boss. So welcome, sir, and open this great forum and let the knowledge flow. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
God is good, and all the time. My name is Dr. James Wawero. I'm the medical superintendent, Nakuru County Referral and Teaching Hospital. Some people call us level 5, others call us level 6. So we call ourselves 5.5. Mr. Chairman of this organization, and the members or the delegates who are here, consultants, the technologists, the technicians, the support staff, good morning. It's a pleasure to be in this forum. Being a manager of a hospital that is this size, of course you all appreciate that I know the role that you play in our institution. A very easily misunderstood role of a mortician. And many hospital managers will tell you that they don't like to publish a lot about the mortuary statistics, because it is a statistics that everybody would like to decline. You can imagine if you are looking at the data for your mortuary admissions, and you are saying that our admissions went up by 10%, yeah? Or you say our revenue from mortuary has gone up by 25%, yeah? And therefore you find that there are a lot of misunderstandings about this role. But I think it is very impressive that a lot of people are now beginning to see the positive side. By training, I'm a gynecologist, an obstetrician gynecologist. So that is actually the area where we don't want to deal with death at any point. Yeah? If a mother dies, it becomes a crisis. You have to audit and give a report why this mother died. Was it preventable? And that report must reach your bosses within 24 hours. Okay? If a baby dies, a newborn dies, even before you know the diagnosis, you need to give that report. Why did it happen? And of course, you all know that all our departments hold monthly meetings, monthly mortality meetings, trying to see why did this death happen, or how was it supposed to be prevented. So it's a bit of a challenge. And I think now there is a lot of ecosystem surrounding the mortuary services. And it's actually a big employer right now. From maintenance staff, the ones who maintain the mortuary services, the cooling systems, the ones who manufacture the cooling systems, because everybody is trying to modernize this service. We have come to appreciate that death is inevitable, and we are trying now to see how we can be able to live with these circumstances. We have the new issue of social media. At least the morticians don't have to face this, but of course the social media comes in when you have to deal with unexpected deaths. Of course the common mwananchi believes that every death should be avoided. And that is when now the social media comes in. When a baby dies, the social media comes in, and you have to try and explain. So we appreciate the role that you people are playing, and the fact that you're now professionalizing the issue of mortuary science. Because looking at it from a scientific point of view, we now begin to look at very many other issues. And we know that there is a bill that has been enacted in Parliament, the issue of organ transplant. I know for us, Africans, we've really not taken this up. But I think if you go to like the Asian communities, you find that they really focus a lot on harvesting organs when the patient is about to die. We are talking of cornea. Anybody who has interacted with the Lions Club of Nakuru or Nairobi, you've seen, we have somebody waiting for a cornea here. Of course, that tells you what that person is, how that cornea will be obtained. Yeah? You know, if you're told you wait for, you're in the line for a cornea, you're the next in line for a cornea. Yeah? So that means your cornea will be available when the next person dies. So I think we need to look at it from that perspective. Yeah? When you have a look at the big economies, you find if you have had a road traffic accident, maybe you have already signed what you're going to do with your organs. Okay? So you signed before. So when you get a road traffic accident, you have had a head injury, and that is what is about to cause your death. It means the other organs are in good shape. The kidneys, the liver. Yeah? But unfortunately for Africans, we still have that challenge. You want to go with everything. I've had communities whereby when you get an amputation, I think you go bury it somewhere, it waits for the day that you die. So I think there are a lot of cultural issues. Yeah? The way we treat, you know, it doesn't end at the mortuary. There's a lot of ceremonies surrounding the mortuary and after you've died, before you are buried. So we have a lot of issues on how to handle all this body from when the patient is sick, during mortuary preservation, and after that. Because unfortunately, the people who handle these bodies during burial or during those ceremonies are not necessarily trained people. They are just watu wa mkono, wanabiashara. Okay? So I think once you look at this, when you look at it scientifically, I am sure that now you look at all over the ecosystem that surrounds the death and the ceremonies of burial. Unfortunately, where I come from, I'm a Kikuyu from central Kenya. We have been accused of burying people in a hurry. If we want to go back to our business. But I think those are cultural issues. Yeah? As Dr. Gulugu has said, that people want to be buried like they are seated. Yeah, we've heard of people in Asia where they exhume their dead every year and celebrate with them. Yeah, if your Guka died 5 years ago, you exhume, then if you used to smoke, you give him a cigarette, then you celebrate. Because we all have different approaches. Like Vika here will tell us, we will be given new bodies. Yeah? When you go to India, they say, you will be born as a different being. You can be born as a cat, or can be born as the president, depending on how good you are. The Muslims, they have a different story. We all know it. So I think that is how I see this forum, that you look at it from a very broad angle. So I think we'll be more interested as a county to see the exhibitions that you have, because we are actually now working on modernizing our mortuary services so that it becomes more energy efficient and becomes more attractive to the young people who are training. Yeah. The other day I was talking to someone and they were telling me that there's a time he went to work in a hospital and he found that the workforce was bloated. So he was spending a lot of money on the casual workers. And he could not sack those people because they were politically appointed. So one of the ways of dealing with them was, if you became a big head, he could send you to work in the mortuary. Then of course he will not show up to work the following day, and then he'll say, I didn't fire this person, he just resigned. But I think now once we modernize, of course we all know where that is coming from, because our mortuaries have been known to be some of the most neglected areas in the hospital. And we hope that once you professionalize this handling and the issue of mortuary services, I think it is going to become an enjoyable place for everybody to work. So with those few remarks, karibu to Nakuru County, the county of unlimited opportunities. This is a tourism circuit, part of the tourism circuit. So security has been, of course, we don't have issues of security. We have a few gangs. Those are the characteristics of a city. But feel free, enjoy yourselves. Dr. Gulungu, take them around. And wish you growth. Actually, that is very, very important, so that you support your leadership so that they can fight for you at the high table, nationally at the county level. So with those few remarks, I wish to declare this conference, AGM, officially open.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Aweru, for declaring this forum open and let the knowledge flow. We are very grateful, sir. Thank you very much. So, those are the ones of wisdom, and I hope you are going to follow them. You are going to take them into consideration as you deliberate your themes of the forum. And I was not going to say more. I was not going to say much because my boss has already spoken. I'm going to give the microphone to the master of ceremony and let the knowledge flow. Thank you very much. Can you clap for me?
Thank you very much to our chief guest, Dr. Aweru, on behalf of the Governor, Nakuru County. Extend our appreciation to Madam Susan Kiiga, Honorable, that we appreciate the effort that Nakuru County have implemented in terms of health delivery. Many of other counties are copy-pasting or are doing benchmarking in this county. We really appreciate. I'm honored also because Dr. Ngulungu here was my boss then in 2009 when I was working here. And I appreciate the efforts that they've put together with the team that are working to the present mortuary. It has really changed, and I'm happy. It's my humble plea that we join hands and appreciate our guest speakers, including Dr. Aweru and Dr. Ngulungu Titus, so that after which we'll have a photo session downstairs. We'll have a media briefing downstairs, and then we'll break for tea and come back for the agendas of the day. So, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready, we are ready.
Yeah, thank you, Daktari. I think tukianza association mambo ilikuwa ngapi? Si slogan siku hizi ni rahisi. Mambo ilikuwa ngapi? One was registration of the association, second one was regulation and licensing, and the third one is the scheme of service. Si mumeelewa hiyo mambo? Mambo ni mangapi? We have already accomplished ngapi? Ya tatu inafanya nini? So one of our message back to Her Excellency the Governor, Daktari, is next time morticians are being employed in the county of Nakuru, let's ensure that we are employing professionals. We have a lot of morticians who are trained. They are already licensed. It will be very sad when we are fighting to professionalize the trade and then we still employ people who don't understand. I am sure hapa chini tunaitaga hii mochari kwa Jack. It's by fate. I was born in this county, raised here, went to school here, so I consider Nakuru my home. Same to the secretary, and now the treasurer is the resident. So we feel honored when we come back to Nakuru. As the secretary said, thank the governor for us, the support we've had so far. Our only plea, as we move into looking on how to implement the scheme of service for morticians, let's engage and employ morticians who are trained and they are licensed. It will be very easy for us to implement the code of ethics because we will be dealing with people who are schooled. Ile miaka ya zamani ya wale mortician ambao ni tabu kidogo, I don't think you've seen any face that looks like that here. So we promise that we are going to revolutionize it and make sure that it is a profession that is honored. This is the group that is going to produce the first real teachers of morticians. Right now we are still being babied. We must be taught by professions from the medical lab, professions from the clinical medicine, professionals who are doctors and the pathologists, and we are grateful. And we will learn from them, but we must also shape our destiny. This year, the conference is about learning. If you've gone through that program, you'll realize. Live here with enough knowledge and expertise to implement in your fields, so that whenever we remember Nakuru, we remember that Nakuru is the stepping stone for the enactment of our scheme of service. Thank you very much, Daktari. And as you go back, we have put our petitions here, that you will look at them, document them, and hand them over to the Her Excellency the Governor. So, karibu Daktari. So I think without further much ado, we will all go down to have the group photo session together with Daktari. Then from there we will go behind at the basketball court to have our tea. And when we come back, Madam Angela will be ready to present.
Okay, before maybe I forget, our brothers who are back home who are unable to attend, kindly share with them that we are both on Facebook Live, on our social media pages, and also on YouTube. So share with them so that they feel part and parcel of this conference. Thank you very much. As we go downstairs, I appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
We are making sure that these students are put in the same group. Both clinical officers, nurses, all of them, they do those units of anatomy and physiology. We must do that because I don't want to see a student in mortuary science repeating because he failed. It is not the student who failed, it is us who failed to plan. Sinivo, it is us who failed to plan. So, and also, I know my students will be asking me next time, the career progression of the course. You guys, you must give us the career progression. You must prepare it and you give it to us. So I want in a process whereby we have a student who started from a certificate in Mortician, did a diploma in Mortician, did a higher national diploma or a degree in Mortician, did a master's in Mortician, and also did a PhD in Mortician. Mortuary science is like another career. The difference between mortuary science and other courses, mortuary science today is very marketable. Today it's very marketable. If somebody will give you a diploma in mortuary science, the institutions are waiting for you. Thank you very much and may God bless you. So, colleagues, you will allow me to leave. I want to go for a checkup. Maybe we can talk next time.
Asante mwalimu. Pigia mwalimu makofi vizuri. I think for those who are still doubting, you can see that the sky is the what? Is the horizon. Sawa. Thank you mwalimu. God bless you. Madam Angela, please come. Najua kuna mtu akona njaa, si mmekunywa tu chai sahi. So the issue of standards in accrediting and what is a standard mortuary is what we are now going to be taken through. So it was like our principal was preparing the speaker and the speaker has arrived. Karibu.
Okay, good afternoon. These mics are made, but I'll try to hold them. As Elkanah has said, my name is Kesa Angela. I work at Kenya Bureau of Standards. I do help the industry develop standards in funeral service. And before I continue, I would like to recognize the presence of one of our technical committee members. When we develop standards, we work hand in hand with our stakeholders because at Kenya Bureau of Standards, we don't have experts in funeral service. So allow me to recognize the presence of Elijah Makinya. Elijah is a member of a funeral service technical committee at Kenya Bureau of Standards. Then secondly, I would like to congratulate Mapake on their second workshop, conference. You're doing a good job. And it's through that, and I think the influence from Elijah, that my daughter, who is present today, decided to do a diploma in mortuary science. She's seated behind there. Sharon. Yeah, that's my firstborn. She got the influence from Elijah. Then I also like to acknowledge the presence of Elkanah and Momanye. They're some of our consultative members. When we're doing standards and we need to get some right information, we need to get people from the industry who can help us do that. And therefore, Momanye and Elkanah are some of our members. So to our presentation today, I'll take you, before I talk about the standard that we are doing, I'll give you a brief view of what KEBS is, because I know most of you are wondering why KEBS is here. Kwa sababu najua most of us think that KEBS is some police person. We are not, we are just members like you. So long as you follow the requirements that are stipulated or the standards that have been developed and are there to be followed, we shall never come your way. So our vision is to be a global leader in standard-based solution for trade and sustainable development. And then our mission is to provide standardization, metrology, and conformity assessment services that safeguard the consumer and facilitate trade for a sustainable future. And definitely our motto is standards for quality life. So the standards that we are doing in the funeral service, the standards for quality, I don't know, is it quality life? Mutajijazia hapo. But they're very good standards. So during break time, somebody asked me what is KEBS. KEBS is actually a national standards body that was established through a Standards Act, that is Cap 496 of our laws. And it started its operation way back in 12th of July in 1974. We do operate on a strategic plan, as we all know. All government institutions must have a strategic plan. And we have a performance contract with our government. And then we do our operations based on a balanced scorecard, and that's how our performance management is rated. Most important, which I know most of you will doubt, we are certified to anti-bribery management system. So ukikuja KEBS, there is no corruption. Everybody anakula mshahara yake tu vile ametafuta. What is our mandate as an institution? We do standardization services like what we are going to do today. We offer conformity assessment services, whereby when you want to do some tests on the products that you want to sell, maybe to the supermarket, your nearest kiosk or something, you'll definitely walk into a KEBS office and we shall carry out a conformity assessment to your products. We do give training and education to students. And then we offer information services through our library and our web page. We also facilitate trade through standards. We shall see how facilitation of trade through standards come up. Back to the business of the day. At Kenya Bureau of Standards, we do develop standards in technical committees. So we have a number of 210 technical committees. And our technical committee on funeral service is under technical committee number 144 on disaster management. Okay, so this committee deals with different classes of work based on their scope. And then the committee started way back in 2009 when maybe some of us were not born in the room. And we started with around 4 members, but we've grown to 15 members, Elijah being one of them. So what is the constitution of these particular members? Our technical members are drawn from different sectors, among them the NGOs, the government entities, we have healthcare facilities, private organizations, academic institutions which include MUST, and renowned professionals. So maybe from here we shall get some of the renowned professionals who will join the committee. Then under this particular committee, we have one working group that basically deals with matters funeral service. So our core areas of standardization is emergency management, business continuity management, we have community resilience, personal preparedness and resilience, protective security, crisis management, and the youngest to the list is funeral service. Funeral service is a working group under the larger technical committee that I had told you. And this working group started way back in 2021, just like 2 years ago. And we started in a funny way. We received a request. One of the stakeholders walked into KEBS and told our director they needed a standard on HAS operators. So it was hard for us because I've never had standards in funeral service. It was hard for us to now find out how are we going to get the hearse operators. But in our context, hearse operators are the drivers of the hearses. But people who own hearses, we call them funeral directors. Thank you. When we started this particular working group, we had 2 members. One person was Paul from Lee Funeral Home, and the second person that we got is called Ezra. So from there, we realized now we needed to get more members. And in 2022, our membership now increased to 14, Elijah being one of them. And there are so many others. You will see in another slide where I'll show you the members that we have. And early this year, we had some workshop in Kisumu. The Kisumu members requested that KEBS has run a workshop for them in Kisumu, and we got so many people interested in this particular field, and 4 managed to join the group. So I'll also have to tell you in ways in which you can join the group, because I know maybe most of us or many of us want to join, but they're not aware or they don't know how they can be members. And the work that we've done, we have 4 actually working. 1 is a full standard, 2 are standards under progress, and 1 is a standard under research. The first standard that we worked on, it's a KS 2981. It's on emergency management, hearse operators, those are the requirements. Actually, the standard just gives us the requirements of if you want to be a hearse operator, or if you want to be a driver of a hearse, what are some of the requirements that you're supposed to have? You're supposed to shave your hair. You're supposed to be clean. You're supposed to have the badge of your organization well displayed. If you don't have a badge, you can have a uniform. But those are some of the requirements. You're not supposed to be drunk at work, and you're not supposed to be a drunkard. Because kule kwa ground, we always know that the hearse operators are the people who are going to do most of the work, especially when you are, yes. And then this particular standard, actually, it has gone a notch higher. After we developed it and it was approved by our board, the East African community saw it fit to adopt, because waliona hii standard ni mzuri sana, and they need it at the East African level. So we've taken it to the East African countries. They've gone through it. And now it's, as you can see, it's in the final stages. We are just waiting for the council. The council, you know, it consists of our East African members of parliament. So when they pass it, then it will be easy for some of us who run these hearses to do our businesses in Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and the likes. As I told you earlier, we also have 2 standards that are under development. And one of them is handling of the disease in a mortuary. After this presentation, actually, I'll take you through the standard so that you can see some of the things that you are supposed to be doing while carrying out your day-to-day duties. And as the principal preempted, we're also having a standard on mortuary and funeral homes. For you to run a mortuary or a funeral home, what are some of the requirements? What are the things that you need ndio uweze kujiita kuwa you own a funeral home or a mortuary? And then under research is a request that we've received from Bomet County. Bomet County, they want us to develop for them a standard on code of practice for morticians. The early presenter said all of us are morticians since I think apart from me and a few from Munene University, is it college? But most of you, you're morticians, if not all of you. We want to come up with a code of practice for you people. When you go to work, what does your employer need from you, and what do you as a person need from your employer? What do you as a person need to have? What are some of the requirements? What are some of the ethical things that you need to put in place as a person before you're employed? You can have your diploma, yes, but you're not ethically correct. As in, you cannot express yourself, you just after, you cannot do the work that you've gone to school to do. So that is why we received that request. And together with Elijah again, and another group of people, we are looking on up ways in which we can help you people develop that standard and have it running. So all our standards are voluntary. What do I mean when I say voluntary? We develop because we've received requests. But when there is a policy that needs you to comply with that particular standard, it becomes a requirement. And as we all know, I think our implementers in this particular field are KHPOA, Elkana? Yes, KHPOA. So we are working together with KHPOA and see how we are going to make your standards now not voluntary but mandatory, especially on the requirements of a funeral home and mortuary, and then code of practice for morticians. I think it's Elkana, if not the principal said, we have people who have gone to school but they're not getting jobs because they're employing any other person who looks like they can do the job. So how do we make sure that there is sanity in this particular industry? We shall have to come up with that code. And when it comes up, kindly adhere to it so that we can be in business together. So the structure and development of Kenyan standards. How are standards developed? Standards are developed in 4 different categories, which we also call decision makers. When we receive a request, like today, the principal has just given me a request of a standard on mortuaries and funeral homes. That is now the request that I have received as KEBS. I've not received it as Angela, but I've received it as KEBS today in KMTC Nakuru. I'll take it to a committee that is internal. That committee is called the Standards Project Committee. It's the committee that checks the authenticity of this particular request before it's approved or before it now advances to a next stage. So if that particular committee approves that we need to have standard on mortuaries and funeral homes, we take it to a second stage. That is now the technical committees. Under these particular technical committees, we have technical experts. So these technical experts are the one who gives us information that we need. So when we come to technical committees, I'll expect to have Elkana on that particular committee. I'll expect my Madam Vice Chair on that particular committee. And then I'll expect different representatives. I've seen you here from different regions in that particular committee, so that we can work together with KEBS and come up with a standard. So when we have finished with the technical committees, our standards are all approved by our board of members. It is not just a one-person approval. It's done by 14 men and women who are our board members. And once they have approved that particular standard, it goes to gazettement. So when it is gazetted, that is when it becomes a full Kenyan standard. And that is when now the implementers will now come in place and make sure that every particular entity that calls themselves funeral homes or mortuaries adhere to those particular standards. Now, from there, I'll take you through the stages of development of standards. I had taken you through stage 1, the proposal. That is what the principal has just taken us through. That is the proposal stage. So I've already received a proposal. Second stage is the committee stage. So we've already found members on who are going to sit in that particular committee. In this particular committee, lazima ujitole muhanga. Because when we call a meeting, we need you to be physically present in Nairobi KEBS Nairobi offices. So you physically present yourself there. And when you come for these particular meetings, you are not coming as Elijah. Now Elijah will be coming as Narok County. We believe utakuwa umebeba maoni ya wale wote ambao wako Narok County. Hautakuwa unatupea maoni yako kibinafsi. So when we are done with the discussions in the committee, that takes 3 sittings. Those are 3 months because we do a sitting a month. We go to the next stage, that is the public review. At this particular stage, we expect all those people who sat in this committee as members to send this draft out to all the people that were not able to attend that particular meeting. That particular stage takes 60 days. So in 60 days, we at least require comments from every particular member in that particular committee. So after the lapse of the 60 days, we now go to stage 4. Stage 4 is balloting. When we convene a meeting for balloting, we again call the committee members that were there in stage 2. But just in case we had a member in stage 3 who was not contented with the technical content of that particular draft, this is the time that you will be invited to KEBS to come and shed more light on why you think the standard is not needed, or why you think your comment should be taken as a valid comment, especially maybe when you are commenting on something that other people see it to be fit and it does not fit you. Remember, when you're giving these comments, you're giving on behalf of your institution, not you as a person. So when I'm expecting Elijah to come there, I'm expecting to come as Narok. So akikuja kutoa maoni, anatoa kama Narok County. Hiyo maoni Takana County kwa go through, and they've realized, no, we don't need a code of practice for morticians in Nakuru County. In Narok County. But he must also have a backup as to why they don't need. So while other members who are seated in the committee feel like Elijah's comment is not very valid, that is when now your comment will be thrown out through balloting. Atuta throw out hivyo tu. It has to be through balloting, and then that is when a decision will be made. So after stage 4, we go straight to stage 5. Stage 5 is now the approval. As I had indicated to you earlier, the approval is internal, done by our board of members. Then it goes out for publication. So when it's gazetted, every particular technical committee, the 210 technical committees that we have at KEBS, must have an implementer sitting in that particular committee. For example, in our funeral service committee now, we expect to have KPOA seated there because they're implementers of these particular standards. One standard imetoka, and the code of practice for morticians has been gazetted. The Elkanah and his team will sit together with KHPOA and decide, okay, tunawapatia 6 months for every mortician to comply with this particular standard. After 6 months, they will come for implementation. Maybe wamekwambia when you are at work, you're supposed to tie your hair around, na wanakuja wanakupata nywele zako zimerefuka mpaka chini, and that is what the code of practice says. That will be the end of your profession. So when you are giving us information on developing standards, make sure it is information that you want implemented today, tomorrow, and in future. And it's something that is practical. Usiseme ukiwa huko ndani intakana sisi wote hatuna earrings, tumetuweka hakuna makeup nini, but when he comes in he finds you with makeups on and you are working. That will be against that particular code. So that will be the end of your profession. So we expect you to comply with every other particular standard that has been developed in the funeral sector and any other sector as deemed fit. So how are the TC members, how is the technical committee constituted? This particular committee, as I had indicated to you early, it must have some stakeholders. And these stakeholders are also vetted by our board members. When you apply to be a technical committee member, you're supposed to attach your CV. For example, Sharon cannot stand today and tell me she wants to be a technical committee member on funeral service because she has no expertise. She's not practiced, so she cannot be a member. To be a member, you are supposed to be, so these are some of the categories. You are supposed to be representing the government lead agency. For this case, is KH4. A service provider. We have Umash as one of the members and Lee. A major corporate consumer of the service. Who is our consumer of our services? Yes. Me and you, even you are a consumer of your own service. So, one of you can be a representative, but an expert, not a student. And then we have universities, research and technical institutions. For this case, we received a request, we received a member from MUST. We have a member from MTRH. And then we have a member from KUTT. Is it KUTT? Kenyatta University? Something, yeah. Yes, those ones represent the university and research institutions. Then we have industry associations, like the one you have here. And then we have professional bodies. For product services, we have the industry associations, the trade associations. We have not received any request from an NGO to join the committee. We have not received any requests from an expert. Maybe Dr. Simio, I saw him here today, maybe he can give us a request, he was somewhere. Yes, as an expert in this particular committee. And then we have firms that can be co-opted for a project. When we have, maybe when we shall be developing a code of practice, Elkanah can come in two shoes. If at all he doesn't have another representative. He can come as Mapake, and he can come as Aga Khan. But when he is giving his comments, he will now have to declare an organization he's representing at that particular time. So that in case there is a problem or some controversy, we shall not go for Mapake when he was representing Aga Khan at that particular time, neither do we go for Aga Khan when he'll be representing Mapake. So when he becomes a member of this particular committee, he will not have to declare which particular institution that he'll be representing at that particular time. And of course, CAPES, we always give the secretarial services. We are not experts in anything. We are only experts in finding out who are not complying with standards. Then why do we have to involve the stakeholders? Because of the openness that we need in this particular industry, the transparency that we need, the impartiality, and then we cannot develop a standard without consensus. So that's why we need as wide number of experts as possible for consensus purposes and then for coherence. So when we are sourcing for these particular stakeholders, we have to look for the most important ones, the most experts in the field. For example, now when we are developing a standard, as I told you earlier, we can receive a request from Sharon and Elijah. But among the two, who is the most critical? Of course, Elijah. So from your CVs, that is how we determine who is critical, who is important, and who... Okay, you're not less important, but the information that we'll need from you might be given to us through a different process. And then we do communicate with all our relevant stakeholders on the progress of the report. Since they're also seated in that particular committee, we cannot just move a project from one stage to another without the stakeholders or the technical committee members knowing in which direction the institution is going. And then when you become a member, we shall need a lot of your time because you'll be involved in drafting of this particular standard. Today I've received a request from the principal, as I indicated. He wants a standard on mortuaries and funeral home requirements. As per KEBS procedure, he's supposed to give me a draft. But because I know Elijah has his competent team, they'll drop me a draft on that. And then when they come to KEBS to sit and start discussing, we shall have something to work on, because when you give me a request that you need a standard, and I'm not an expert, I don't know what I'm supposed to write in this particular standard. But for this case, he had even what he really needs included in that particular standard. So those are some of the things that make us involve critical experts when developing these standards. And also as a member, we expect you to comment on those particular drafts that we're developing. The good thing with being a member is, at least utaenda out of your workstation paid by your institution. But when you fail to attend this meeting 3 times, we write to your highest, most office of authority. For our case, when I fail to attend, now Mapake writes to our MD telling them that we invited Angela in Nakuru, but she did not come. So we want to understand why she didn't come. And we do help in develop funeral service standards. So for our case also, if we invite a hero and they don't come, we write to their hospital administrator asking them why Felix has not been able to attend technical committee 3 times. Anaweza kuwa amelipiwa na amekwama tu hapa Kericho. Anaweza kuwa hospitali haiku recognize him as a critical person to attend that particular meeting, or the institution at large is not interested in developing those standards. So that is why we need to write to your institutions if you don't come in 3 consecutive meetings. So the effectiveness and relevance of Kenyan standards. Stakeholders' involvement ensures that the standards are relevant and effective, as I told you, and their relevance and effectiveness will be measured only if they respond to the regulatory needs, that is the safety, security, health, and environmental considerations that have been set up by different government entities. If this particular standard meets the market needs, and if they meet the scientific and the technological developments that are coming up at that particular time. For example, if we are doing a code of practice for morticians, maybe sahizi hii era munaweza enda kama mmeachilia nywele, si ndio? Na sisi tumedevelop standard 2020 ambayo tulisema nywele lazima ifu. So we need to develop standards that address all those issues. The market needs. Do we need to be putting on open shoes while working in a morgue? Do we need to be walking around with soiled clothes while out of workstations? So we should also develop standards that address such. Then who should originate a standard? Vile tumekaa hapa sisi wote kuna mtu tu kwa akili yake amejiambia we need a standard on this. Si ni ukweli? So if you are 100 hapa ndani, na expect nikitoka hapa nikuwe na 100 requests za tunataka standard ya hii na hii na hii na hii. So the people who can originate standards are the producers, the consumers, members of that particular technical committee. KEBS as institution can request for a standard. We have government ministries, they can request for a standard. Corporate bodies, and even regulatory authorities. For example, the HAS one was requested by now, I don't know. a consumer, I can say. Because aliona ukienda, those of us who come from Nairobi at City Mortuary, we have so many matatus with flowers, very beautiful, nice flowers. Lakini matatu wakieka jeneza hivi mnaweza ruka wote mgongane kwa jeneza, mrudi mkae mjipange afresh kwa hiyo gari. So that's why they requested for that particular standard for the hearse. Na kuna vile imewekwa. Kuna vile standard imedevelopiwa. We'll only understand the standard or the content of the standard ukiitafuta wewe mwenyewe. Our standards are sold. We don't give them out for free. Why? Because people who sit in these particular technical committees are paid some sitting allowance. So how do we get the sitting allowance to pay you if you become a member? You have to sell the standard. Kwa sababu hatuna pesa ingine ya kuwapatia for your intellectual property, because you have to protect it. So lazima tuuze standard, tupate kapesa kidogo tu, tulipe Momanyi hapa akikuja kutusaidia kudevelop standard. So that's why all our standards are sold. So ukifika KEBS usiende ukasema Angela alisema tukuje standard iko hapa ya no. Utafika huko watakwambia hii standard inauzwa si pesa mingi, like 2,000, 3,000. That is money you can all afford. Vile na waona nikiwa hapa juu. Maybe those one in blue uniform, but they can also afford. So ukienda huko watakurequest, okay, which standard do you want? Sema tu unataka hearse operator, because hizi majina zingine zitakuchanganya. Watacheck, watakwambia is 2,000, is 3,000, is 1,000, is 500, depending on the number of pages that particular standard has. Na hiyo pesa tukigenerate tutalipa. Your treasurer hapa akikuja mkutano, si ndio? Tumjenge pia vile na nyinyi anawajenga kikazi, sivyo? Plus Elijah plus the rest. So the benefits of involving members in standards development, it's because we need to have a wider acceptance. When I take the 18 people peke yao tuende boardroom KEBS tufanye standard, our class coordinator pale hatajua that we have a standard that she needs to implement. So we need to have a lot of people from different places so that we can have a wide acceptance of this particular standard in this industry. Not in the country, in the industry. Because sisi tuko hapa ndio movers and shakers wa funeral service industry, si ndio? Because sisi wote tukiwa hapa to lay down our tools tuseme next week atufanyi kazi, watakukujia paka kwako nyumbani, because your work is very, very important. And then we need stakeholders' involvement, because we need to build that confidence between KEBS and other stakeholders. For example, nikikuwa na standard ya code of practice, and then wewe unakutana na Momanyi unamuuliza we, hii standard iko aje? When he tells you about the importance of that particular standard, anaendelea kukubuild confidence in you as a person. So because of him, you're also getting that confidence in KEBS as an institution, where we can do good work for you. And then we need you for enhancement of market access of the service. Lastly, with compliance of regulations. So some of our standards are cited in laws and regulations of this particular country and policies. Ni vile tu hatujui, but we have. Some of them are in the policies. Hello. The next 10 to 15, 20 minutes, I'll take you through one of the standards that we've done. Hii inawagusa kabisa. Momanyi were part of it, I know. And yeah, I think he's the only one who is privy to this particular standard. Yes. Handling. As he works on it, it's a standard on handling the disease in a mortuary. Akiwa Okay, for you, you call them clients. Yes, your clients. They're very, very important people to you. It's a standard on a funeral service. That is how the top page of a standard looks like. So in this particular standard, we received a request on how the morticians can refresh, and that is how the standard page looks like and the title. In this particular standard, we're just giving the guidelines on how you can run your day-to-day activities while you're undertaking your duties. Sorry for the hitch. We shall go it manual. So I remember I told you we do have a technical committee representation list. And these are we have Omash, Mama Lucy Hospital. We have Kenyatta Hospital, Nairobi County Government. Initially it was Kisii. Now I think we are going to change to Narok. And then we have MTRH. We have Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, but all of them are the mortuary wings, not the main hospital, but the mortuary wings. And then we have Fusak. We have Mbagathi Farewell Home, County Corona Services, that is now, initially it was City Mortuary, now it's County Corona. We have Kakamega County Funeral Parlor. It was represented by Doreen, I think he's one of your members. Then we have Longisa County Referral Hospital. We have Sagam Community Hospital. We have PAP Ondit. Then we have Naivasha Sub-County Hospital. St. Mary's Hospital at Elementaita. Then you have Gilgil Sub-County, which was represented by Momanyi. We have Annex Funeral Home. It was represented by, I've forgotten its name, sorry. Then you have Maseno University. Then last we have KEBS, So those are some of the members that were present when we were doing the first draft. But I had indicated earlier, now we are getting new members today. That list should go up to 25. So I'm expecting around 7 more members. So the rest are just the internal information that are not relevant to us. Then the scope. When you're developing a standard is not like any other book, neither is it like any other journal. A standard is something that is very, very different, especially on the way it's aligned or arranged. So what is the scope of this particular standard that we are getting up for you? The standard will prescribe the minimum requirements and design for mortuaries and funeral homes. So the rest are internal. The rest of information is internal, so don't worry why I'm going so fast. I need to go to the main body of the standard so that you can be able to understand what we are doing. Of importance to you will be the collection of the deceased at place of death. Because you are in the industry, when I say at the place of death, munaielewa vizuri kuniliko. So under this particular clause, we have different sub-clauses that you as professionals, as experts, you're supposed to follow. And one of the sub-clauses is the professionalism of funeral service providers, the funeral directors, and Mortician technologies. I don't know if that is the right name that we use in the industry. Okay, mortuary technicians and technologies. So this particular clause gives us some of the things that we are supposed to do. You are supposed to exercise highest professional conduct and presentation, competency in upholding public health, and sensitivity in every aspect of the service. Sio ni kitu tunafanyaga? It is direct, si ndio? But if you are not doing it, start practicing, because after some few months or 1 year, we shall come for you. Then you're supposed to accord the deceased with respect and dignity at all times. That is something that we do. I think to most of us is common sense. And then the funeral directors are supposed to ensure that all of us seated here attend training in relation to body handling, especially the basic infection control course for handling bodies with infectious diseases. Sijui kama wangapi wetu wadozi wanatusaidia kufanya hiyo course, but that is what actually you should demand from your boss as an employee of that particular institution. Akupeleke training so that you can be able to get training on basic infection control. Because I understand these are some of the things that you go through every single day of your work, and so you should be trained on how to handle some of them. And then as a staff, what are you supposed to do? Just put on appropriate PPEs. Usikuwe umeenda to your place of work and you have maybe slippers or open shoes or something. Just adhere to what you're supposed to do in relations to PPEs. And then there's some of the information that we are supposed to obtain from when I bring my person there, I don't know how you call them now, your clients. Sindio? So make sure that your information ambayo wanaleta ama mnachukua, it is very important and relevant to avoid or to help you handle the legal issues. Because I know most of the time, kuna kuwaga na ni mimi nilileta mwili na ni wewe utachukua, ni wewe ulileta na mimi nitachukua. Baba alinipenda zaidi akakuchukia, alikuchukia sana lakini alisema wewe unizike. You see those things? Yeah. So you make sure that every information is right before. Then your funeral directors or your bosses shall ensure that the facility is easily accessible through the interior and exterior to avoid the need for transporting bodies through public areas. For example, morgue iko hapa. Hosi iko hapa, morgue iko huko. Sasa lazima tu cross nini? Barabara. It's upon you, ukiandikwa job, uambie boss wako, sitakuwa na cross za mwili nikitoka huko nikienda side hiyo. Maybe you are a girl and your boyfriend sees you crossing with the body. Na ujai mwambia wewe ni mortician. Si relationship inaisha? Si ni ukweli itaisha? Kwa sababu atashinda, kwani wewe siku hizi unasukuma magari from one end to the other end. So your bosses shall ensure that that particular morgue has the interior and exterior ile ambayo haipiti kwa public areas. Now you as a mortician, you shall also ensure that the morgue is well maintained and appropriately disinfected to ensure that there is no odor. Wewe kazi yako ni kuensure. So how do we ensure? If you don't tell Madam Jacinta that the disinfectants are over, yeye hatajua, si ndio? So you have to ensure that these particular disinfectants zinakuwa refilled when deemed fit. And then the facility, where did I go to? Yes. Sorry for the annual movement, for the analog movement. The facility shall also be easily accessible by users that have separate entrance for visitors. Na corpses. Si ati sasa nimekuja, nimefika Aga Khan, nauliza president, now I need to see my body. Then president anasema iko hapa, mimi nikifungua nakutana hivi mamwili ka 30, sijaiona hata moja. Sasa hii 30 sita, it will really have a bad effect on me as a person. So while we are at work, we ensure that our funeral directors have put those measures in place. Then another part that the standard addresses is the logistical preparations. So what are some of the things that you're supposed to do or have before you go to collect that body? The funeral service provider or director shall ensure that essential equipments are available to perform the disease collection procedures. I was in some meeting and I was told we have conveyance. Sisi wote tuko aware of the conveyance vehicle. We know it. Or kwa zile facility tunafanya hakuna conveyance vehicle. Do we know of course we know the conveyance vehicle, sindio? In our facilities we have them. So if we don't have in our next monthly meeting, at least put to our bosses that we have a standard at KEVS that says that we should have a conveyance vehicle, especially kama ni nyinyi muna run a mortuary with no hospital attached to it. So make sure that the information reaches them for your own good. Because as ile Elkana and the KHPO are visiting you, si mwenye hiyo facility yako Nairobi anakunywa coffee. Wewe ndio uko on the ground, una deal na your client. Watakamata wewe kwanza. Ukishafika hiyo centro ya Nakuru, ndio tutafute sasa wale wenye hii facility mali wako wakuja wakakutoe. Kama watu wa kwenu watakuwa hawajafika on time. And then you make sure that you have a checklist of the equipments that should be maintained in that particular transport vehicle. Usikue ndio mnaenda kuchukua mwili lakini hamna hizo things that they're supposed to be in that particular vehicle. Sijui sasa hata mwili yenyewe mtabebaje. So just make sure that particular transport vehicle complies with the checklist that you've set. I hear every hospital, every facility has their own checklist. Hamuna zile ambazo zinafanana. So mkatupea hard time sana ya kuwatengenezea checklist. So hapo mlihepa KEVS kidogo, but it's all right. So you shall have to develop your own checklist so that when you are going to collect this particular body, you know what you require. And then during verification and documentation, there are some of the information that you also require. At the place of transfer, that is where you are removing the body, the authorized personnel shall remove the deceased with a burial permit or CCOD issued by a medical practitioner or a coroner. Sijui kama hiyo inawezekana. Hivyo ndo kunaendaga? Because I don't want to put for you things that zitafanya na wewe ukose biashara ama kamshahara. So for the hospital, kama Momanyi, I know you want to talk something different from that. Vile nakuona umekaa huko na kitu tofauti kabisa ya kuongea. I was once told that mtu akikufa akiwa nyumbani lazima pia apewe burial permit kwanza. Mmoja akuja ni enlighten please. We all report to the police. So it means we all require that burial permit at one point. So the information there is right. Sawa sawa. Then the mortuary attendant, mortician, shall fill in the following information on the body identification tag in English. Wale hatujui kizungu tutafanya aje? Ama ukipata client maybe ajui kizungu, anataka kusoma cha lazima. So we all do in English. Initially we had English and Kiswahili, but after doing some very few consultations tukaambiwa Kiswahili hapana. It should be in English with insoluble ink. The information that is needed, we all know about it. Sidhani kama kuna haja ya kurudia. Sisi wote tunaijua. There's no need of me repeating again. And then the body identification tags. Why I'm reading through, because kuna mahali tulikuwa na utata. I really want you to concentrate so that you tell me if that is what you do or not. If not, we see how we can go about it before ikuwe standard na ikushike we mwenyewe, si ndio? The body identification tag shall be attached specifically to the wrist of the deceased and or the leg of the deceased, or on the parts of the deceased where there is good visibility to the person handling the disease. Ukweli? Thank you for that. The required services for the deceased with a request from the relatives, e.g. So hapo what the sentence means, mimi nikikuja, ninataka, okay, the deceased, who is your client, afanyiwe hizo features ambayo ziko hapo kwa brackets. What am I supposed to do? Do you assume as a facility, ama I have to fill it somewhere? What happens nikikuja nipate sija request na amefanyiwa? It's illegal. Simesikia? So usikimbie kunyoa mtu wa watu na maybe kwao lazima hata uongeze nywele ifike na huku chini. Sini ukweli? Because when the time comes, I'll be joining Elkana on that visit. Na tutakuwa tunaangalia in a very different way. Si ndio? So let's just do what is right and what we are supposed to be doing. So those are some of the things itaenda through zote. That particular draft will be sent to you. Sufficiency of embalming. Before the collection of the deceased from where that particular body is, the mortician shall ensure that there is sufficient storage holding capacity at the facility before the body is transferred to that particular facility. Hiyo nilikuwa lazima tu niwasomee because I know that is not what happens. Ukweli uongo? Sini ukweli? So what do we expect us to do to you tukikuja na tupate niliambiwa kuna facility in this county ya watu 16 iko na watu 300. So mtakuwa na backup. As in you will back up the reason as to why you have more than the needed capacity, sivyo? Hiyo ya flow tumekataa kabisa. Kwanza tukikupata kwa flow utashikwa kabla hujaeleza chochote. Wanaweka kwa flow. So what do you expect the standard to have? Okay.
Labeled and easily identifiable. There is a catalog. So you say this body is in this cabinet, is in this fridge. Not on the floor. I know there are places, you know, these are from Kenya. And you know they come from coast. And I've been there. And I know the situation there. You can actually find it on the floor, but that's not the practice.
Okay.
The practice would be very, very well put in the cabinet, easily identifiable and cataloged, so that when you want to go and look for that person, you just go straight to that cabinet. Cabinet number 1, shelf number 2. You get it. Not you start looking for it on the floor. Not even
so tukiacha hapo iko sawa, si ndio? When we leave that statement there is okay. After all ni provider ndio mwenye shida, si wewe umekuja tu job unaenda. Pia unaweza lose unga hapo hiyo siku. Ukianza kusema yeye mwenyewe ndio hajaleta, si ndio? Those ones will work on them when you go back. At cost mnafanya aje as he works on the laptop? Huyu anataka kutuelimisha zaidi, Mike ndo hiyo, so that you tell us what we are supposed to be doing, because tusiende tukafunga standard na kumbe una maoni mazuri zaidi. The standard is okay. Chair amekubali standard is okay, so we move on. The mortician shall reciprocate with a confirmation to the FSP or the funeral director kuwa moshari imejaa, tuhitaji mwili ingine.
Good afternoon. The thing is, mortuary huwa haijai. Is it true? Yes. Mortuary haijai. But take note that a well-embalmed body does not need what? Refrigeration. You just put in a good place. Uweke tu
lakini si kwa floor, si ndio?
Not on the floor. When you are stretcher, stretcher ama trolley. Mahali pazuri tu, mwenye akija pia akute iko mahali pazuri, but mortuary haiwai.
Wacha nikuulize swali from a layman points of view.
Yes.
Mimi nikikuja, nimekuja kuona hii mwili ya so and so.
Yes.
What are the things that you do before I arrive? Because I have to tell you prior.
Nitaingia kwanza, nitaprepare your body niweke mahali pazuri. Hata kama alikuwa nimeweka mahali pabaya, nitaitoa niweke mahali pazuri. Ukija utaikuta katika stretcher mahali pazuri. Very much representative.
So nitaipata katika stretcher ama management of the deceased. Take note that this is a standard. Kindly take note on the things that you need included and those ones you don't need included. Ndio tusipatikane off guard siku ile ya inspection ikifika. Then management of the disease at the facility. We have 3 ways or 3 things that you're supposed to adhere to. Ya kwanza ni proper system for disease identification, which I know you do. The only thing we have introduced under this particular clause ni zile tags should be metallic. So mwambie funeral directors or your medical soups or whichever that they should be metallic. Hiyo hatuta compromise because it's already been, it should be metallic. Momanyi, explain why they should be metallic.
Okay. Let me explain on that. I think what madam means, we say that you have to have a metallic tag. Tags, you know what a tag is. Most of us, we used to have those small tags of a cotton. You cut along and then you write a name there and then you tag. But when now you place that body on in the fridge, definitely the cotton tag will absorb water and definitely will erase the information that you have put there, because the information is very important when you are receiving the body into the mortuary. That is why we say it has to be a metallic tag or a metal cut smoothly and numbered. So when you tie there, it is there permanent, unless and otherwise it will never be elastic. Is that okay? Am I right?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay. Teacher.
I don't need a microphone. What I think Momani means, it is serialized aluminium tag. You say metallic or a rust. And the reason why you place a tag in case of extrusion, when you want to exhume a body, that is the purpose it's supposed to be aluminium. When you talk about a metal tag, there's rust. Okay. So it's aluminium. 1, 2, aluminium tags, the reason why these people are not using aluminium tags, they are quite expensive. Yes. That's what is there. But the standard says they are supposed to be serialized aluminium tags.
Okay, thank you. That's why Madam was going around and looking people like you bring that idea. Thank you for bringing that in. Because you know, the document is not yet So we need those views all on the agenda. Thank you.
To that because metallic tag will be producing every time because it is put to us in a body. So that means body producing more. With my case at Kilifi, we are using the box card and the identification. The box one is just open. When you open the fridge, you just sit there. And the identification tag is either on the wrist. So when this one is closed, that one is dead permanent. Thank you.
Maoni ingine?
No, I have a question. I wanted to ask, what if you're in a private facility, for example, and you don't have a large number of dead people? Is it a must to use that aluminium tag?
In fact, that statement came from... There is a facility here that is private. Hapa tu mbele. No? The upper two after Umash. Is it Umash? Yes. They're the ones who brought that idea. Yes. Because we even went up to somebody who makes those tags up at town. Anaunda na 200, is it? So, hii responsibility, because tunaitetea sana, is it your responsibility as a mortician or funeral? What do we do? Okay, Elijah.
Good afternoon. I think the issue of tax has been purchased by the owners, then we facilitate. Our work is not to produce the tags, but ours is to tag. And another one, there's another method which is now upcoming, the use of plastic. I think now the plastic is more cheaper than the aluminum, because the aluminum started from city, that's why we started seeing it coming towards our side. But nowadays, the cheaper one is use of plastic, and you use your own serial numbers as by the facility.
So we are contented? Yes. Thank you, Coast. Wow. And then under verification, we also have register for recording and other forms of documentation. At the point of receipt of the deceased with the required identification tags and the information verified, the mortician shall record and maintain all the details of the deceased in the English language into a register. Hiyo si ni common sense. Though there is a point tulikuwa na discussion kidogo, wakasema inarejestiwa kwa hospitali, especially wale ambao facilities zetu zimeshikana na hospitali. Wakasema akikufa, the information is entered into some book at the hospital first. So ikikuja huku it already comes documented. But wengine wakasema ikirejestiwa hospitali, bado itaingia hapa kwa our place of work, we register again. So you have to do 2 registrations. Entrance, thank you. And then, in addition to the above mandated register of details, the mortician shall either incorporate into the register or maintain an additional form of logbook within the facility or within electronic services, included but not limited to the cloud services, to record the following information. Here niliambiwa ni common sense that everybody knows: name of the funeral service provider, funeral director, mortuary technologies, who brought in the deceased into the facility. See, ni common sense. Name and acknowledgement of the embalmer and or relevant supporting staff assigned to perform or assist in embalming and or any other type of services on the deceased. But now, before we finish that, when we were in that meeting was in this county. Tukaambiwa sometimes you guys do embalming. Yes. But according to the standard, we have different roles za mortician na embalmers. Okay.
In Kenya, so far, I think we have mortuary technician and mortuary technologist. But depending in countries, like in the US, we have funeral directors, we have embalmers, but for now, in our side, we have technicians, and they are coming technologists.
So the technologists, the technicians, pia ni embalmers. Tumekubali, sivyo?
We just need to make this document as lean as possible, as Makina has titles here.
Yeah.
And we don't have an embalmer, director, no.
Funeral director we put because is it the private sector pia walisema wako na funeral directors?
No.
All.
So that's what I'm trying to explain. The regulator is one, KH4. And the titles that are in KH4's documents are only two. The moment it becomes mandatory that you must be a license holder to be found in that space, all these other titles will never be found in the what? So we need to review that part and get the correct titles that are practicing in Kenya.
Momanyi, take note. So name of the funeral service provider. Hamna siko.
Service providers are there. That is mostly the populator.
What is Umash? So having the name there, it does not harm, to cater for private entity. All right. And then we. Okay, we shall, after I finish, we shall go back and see what we put as a definition of the word funeral service provider. Yes. So maybe we can get the right name from there. Now, in that meeting, as I was also informed that some of us, when we receive clients who have gold, decide to make away with it. So what we have decided is we shall be having a checklist, which I know you have. And I know most of us, if not all of us, list all those things down. Na wenyewe wakikuja wanapewa, sivyo? That is common sense. There's no need of even taking you through that because that's what you do on a day-to-day. And then we have verification and internal audit process. As a form of proper record keeping, the funeral director, mortuary technologist, funeral director stroke mortuary technologist shall perform internal audits on their records, register, logbook, or any form of documentation to ensure there are no missing details. Si ndio? Mtu asikuja akasema mimi nilileta mtu kama amenyolewa na nimepewa ule ameshukwa, ama nilileta kama ameshukwa nimepata ule amenyolewa. So we have to fill in the right information during documentation. All my questions will be answered by Momanyi and Elijah because they are technical committee members. But any other person who is in the group and can answer, please do help us. Thank you. Your concern?
Issues just coming again. To our context, it's not existing again.
What?
Funeral home issue does not exist.
Where is funeral home?
To our context, it's not existing. Funeral director. Where am I? It exists. Where? Thank you.
On my point of view, Madam,
Yes.
the issue of funeral directives, I think it comes on maybe on those guys who are holding the funeral services.
Yes.
That is the only issue.
Yes.
So, I think because we have put that allied, morticians and allied. So, part and parcel of this association, don't keep them away. There are part and parcel of us. There are funeral homes and then funeral services providers. Those private owners, private owners.
Yes.
They own the mortuaries. Because they should be in that group.
Yeah.
Because they are allied. So you have to put them.
Thank you again, Madam. Good afternoon, everyone. My questions are very simple. Where do these funeral directors and where is the curriculum? Who satisfies them? I'm seeing a scenario where mortician would be doing alafu mwonekana mjuu what you're doing. The director of MTC Kisumu amesema we are supposed to come with standards, the mortuaries, and what is required. Now I'm seeing somebody, funeral director, where do they learn? Sacrifice them. Here I'm seeing mortician who are being certified and are being licensed. So, madam, please, when you go back, this is mine.
All right.
The issue of what is required to open a funeral home and these mortgages. Why? Because I'm seeing somebody was dropping some information, trying to say that funeral directors, they are people who are learning. Where do they learn?
Okay, I understand. So what we are going to do, if we can note down our questions, because I'm eating into somebody else's time.
Okay, then the last one. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to urge all of us that we should not shoot ourselves in the foot. And I want to give an example. Within the Ministry of Health, we have people we call Director of Medical Services. There is no training for Director of Medical Services. It is still a medical officer or any trained person who is licensed and he has his basic training. Now the issue of funeral director, those are just positions that honestly, because even the people who are doing mortuary science, they are doing funeral services management. And they are also doing management. So tomorrow they may get a position, if it is defined within the scope of service, it is not a career, but it is a position. So and that's the first thing. The second thing, just like we say within among the clinicians and the clinical people and the medical field, you can open a private clinic tomorrow.
and you are licensed by a relevant
Authority.
body, and you run that clinic as per the regulations. Okay? So when you say this term funeral director doesn't mean, what if tomorrow you apply to a relevant body and you want to open a funeral home? Okay? And you are licensed and you become, in that particular case, how are you going to call yourself? So I just want us to be careful so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. Then tomorrow we start again revising the same.
Tulisema wewe ni wa mwisho. Kindly put down the questions, then I'll answer them when I'm done.
Please let's write somewhere, because in the next presentation we're going to have, we'll somehow answer some of the questions that we are asking now.
Okay.
So kindly, we have a presenter who is already online and is waiting for us to project the presentation. So let's write down the questions that we have, see the next presentation before we go for lunch, then we can now sum up all the questions that we have for the two presentations. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, so I'm going to, I think I'll give you this as the last one, which is very important to you. Registration. This is now where the funeral director comes in. The funeral director shall ensure that he's the one to register you, not you to register yourself. All embalmers who work in the facility should be registered and licensed with the relevant body. The money you pay to the relevant body should be given out by your employer, not yourself. Where do they register? That is what I was, the information I was given while I was here in Nakuru.
Just like a doctor, a nurse, they pay for their own licenses. That's what we want.
Practicing. No questions now, later. And then the last one, all the, okay, you've said they're not called embalmers, you know? They're morticians. Shall have a certificate in mortuary science from a recognized institution. See, ndio mnataka? Of the contrary opinion? That, yeah. So that is okay. We have all agreed. And the standard runs down, and it's a bit big. So I'll beg to stop there for the next presenter. And if you need to get this information, you can reach me through 0722 29 5908. 0722 29 5908. And make sure it's between 8 to 5. Those are the working hours. Because I don't pick strange calls after working hours, apart from family calls. Or you can drop me a mail on Wekesa AN, WEKESAAN @kebs.org. KEBS is KEBS. Don't write KNBS because those are two different institutions. Thank you so much for having KEBS here with you. and we look forward to sharing more information. When you need cabs in your county or in your facility, we are ready to come and unpack the standard for you to the minimum acceptable levels. By that I mean ni ile njia ambayo kila mtu ataielewa kwa urahisi. Because when I decide to explain here, itakuwa ngumu kidogo. Thank you so much, Chair, for having cabs around. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Madam Angela, and on behalf of the association, we say thank you. Can we have another proper way to appreciate cabs and Madam Angela in the meeting? So, Sirenge, guide us on how we can appreciate in the next 1 minute, please, as we set up for the next presentation.
Tuweke mkono. Unataka tuamshe tatu, sawa? Moja. Bado. Tunaanza 1, 2, 3. Haya mabega.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to the next session. We want to appreciate Madam Angela on behalf of the association. Chair has something.
No, I just want to encourage, if you have any questions, just write them down. They will be passed on to Madam Angela. The next session is also linked to what she's been explaining. So link the two so that you know where your question goes. The next one is on licensing and regulation. Mko na maswali mingi. Daktari is online. Mkiwacha ipite msinisumbue kwa AGM. Sawa sawa?
Sawa. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we are having on board Dr. Kioko, who's the CEO, Kenya Health Professions Oversight Authority, who is the regulator of mortuary technologists and mortuary technicians. So if Dr. is in, I think we are on. So after this, I think we'll have a plenary session, maybe 15 minutes, break for lunch, then come back and get the next series of events. We'll be having another session which will be an online session at around 4 p.m. with our guests from USA and Canada. So today is a bit packed. Bear with us. We started a bit late, but we are going on well. Thank you very much.
making sure that you always have an annual scientific conference. How I wish that other professionals would be able to emulate the work that you are doing. But allow me also to thank the leadership for the good work and the good partnership that you have demonstrated over time since we came in as an authority regulate the professionals that have not been recognized or represented in the past. I think for us, we don't take it for granted. We look forward to working with you, even to be able to make sure that the profession or the mortuary the staff of technicians, technologies is very well structured moving forward. I just want to say that it will build a number of institutions to make sure that professionals who are being employed in various institutions, private and public, that they actually have the requisite recognition documents. So I just want to pass this message to the professionals who are working in the private and public institution, that it is a requirement that anybody who is dealing with health issues in terms of touching the bodies of patients, whether you are a nurse, whether you are a doctor, clinical officers, it is a requirement that you need to have yourself registered and licensed. Suffice to say that once we, like for example, we have dealt with the mortuary technicians and technologists, the one thing that I want to tell members is that it is also a requirement if you are practicing or if you are working as a health professional, that your name must be contained in a professional register. The professional register for the mortuary technicians and technologists is already there, it is complete. The only problem is that it only has 75 professionals who are duly licensed for that matter. But moving forward, we want this number to increase and ask the leadership of the organization to be able to work very closely with members to ensure that they take heed of the direction that the authority has been able to give. Now, moving forward, like we've done with the other professionals, is that we need them to move to the next step. The next step will be to be able now to look at the curriculum for training these professional cadre. We would want to make sure that the curriculum is standardized and it's harmonized across, so that no one institution, be it is a private or public institution, will have a different curriculum, because what we endeavor as an authority is to have one professional cadre with the same professional title, having gone through the same training modules in that profession. So that is an exercise that we have done with 5 of the professional cadres, and we are going to the next phase. Your professional cadre is going to be the next, which is phase 2, where we'll be calling you to come and together with the training institutions who are training the cadre, we the same. We would not want to have professional titles that are also conflicting or are duplicating in others. And I think this is one thing that the board is very clear on duplication or duplication or conflicting professional titles. Because once you become very clear with your scope of practice, the professional title becomes very, very okay. Otherwise, one is to wish you well in your conference. And I say how I wish I was part of you. I would have really enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Felix.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana CEO, and we are grateful for having created time to honor our invite, although virtually. I would welcome questions. Maybe Elkana is on the other room to coordinate a series of questions, maybe 2 or 3, so that you can take it and maybe respond. So, Elkana, if you can get me, kindly unmute and direct us on the way forward. Anybody with a question?
After once again, we've been told that now we have 75 people who have qualified. Are these people on the scheme of service? That's one. 2. You've said there are 75 people who have already qualified as morticians. Are these people on the scheme of service? Next question. That's the only one. Any other question?
Yes, my question is about renewal of license. I think it's so high. As mortician, many of us will get lower salary, and at least we need negotiation about the renewal of the license kindly in your office. My question, Mr. CEO, how to get the license? Because there are some of the merchants who have certificates, but they have not got the license. So, can you tell us the procedure for getting the license? Because some of us have documents or certificates from recognized institutions, but I think they have not submitted the documents to you. How is the procedure to submit those documents so that they can acquire the license?
Any other?
Good afternoon. Bwana CEO, kuna wale wamesomea hiyo taaluma, sio formally ni kwa kazi zao. How are you going to take this?
Those are the on-job trained. They have not gone to school officially, but they worked over a period of time on the same tasks. So, Doctor, I think you can take those. If there will be any other, we will notify you, but you can take those and answer them.
Thank you very much. Let me check the 4 questions. One was about the 75, whether they are in the scheme of service. I think you did not get me well. I said that out of the 562 who have already been verified, they have not applied for registration. So the 75 are the ones on the register of mortuary technician technologies. That is a register. It's called a professional register. Every professional must have a register, right? And it is upon the registration of these numbers that we are going then to start developing now the scheme of service for this professional cadre together with the leadership. I think that is very important. I am aware about the fees, and the reason why people usually think the fee is high and it is not high, it is because here you are doing two things in a row. One is that you are registering for recognition or for your name to appear in the register. And number two, you are also applying for practice license. That's why you see the fee is a little bit high. If you look at the other professional cadres, immediately you leave your college. You leave college when you qualify. At the time you register, you can get your practice license later on. Right? That is what it is. But you see here we are dealing with people who are already working, who have been in the field for quite some time. They are not registered and they don't have a registration license. That is a consideration we are making. Number two, we have already submitted this requisition to the board for consideration on the fees. But I suffice to say, and if you look at the fee for application of license, for example, you realize that if the fee of 500 for practice license, 5,000, it's almost cutting across. Same for the doctors, I think the fee is 15,000 or 20,000. But we agree when we know that the type of job the mortuary technologists and technicians are doing and the salary that they are already having. And that's why I'm telling you that this matter of the fee has already been submitted to the board for direction to be given. Now, what is the process of getting the license? You're telling me that there are people who have the document and they have not been able to get their licenses. Nowadays, we have moved from manual now. All right? The process now, under the government directions, the process of registering or providing any government service, like we are now doing, it is through the e-citizen. So you must have an e-citizen account for you to apply. So you go log into the e-citizen, your account, and then you'll be able to search and select the K4 services from the agencies that will appear, right? From the drop down. So you search K4 services. The K4 services will give a number of services that are available. You are then supposed to fill in the application form, right? Fill in the application form. If you have your academic and the professional documents, you are supposed to upload them as a requirement. Upload them into the application form that you are doing. Then you are supposed to, before you click on the submit, you are supposed to review your application form and the documents that are needed as a requirement, right? Then you submit your application. You will get a confirmation SMS once you have done your submission that you are waiting for verification. So the verification will be done, and then you'll be able to get a confirmation message through SMS. Right, to come to you. That is one thing. Once the verification has been done and everything is okay, then it's when you can make your payment. And the payment is through the government payment number. It is 22222. So you make your payment, payment number 22222. Then the account number is going to be, now this is the account number now for the authority. It's going to be 010-712-3694-3600. I can repeat that. The pay bill number is 22222. The account number is 010712 3694 3600. Okay? Now, that is what it is. Immediately you have done that payment, you just download your registration certificate and your license. They will come automatically. So you don't even have to come to the authority unless we have called you to come, or unless you have an issue to be sorted out. You will just get your certificate, you download it, both the registration certificate and your practice license, and they will be complete. Now, there was a question on those who have not done any training, but they have acquired skills on the job. And this is something we've heard from so many other professional cadre, and we will definitely have to come up with a solution for those who have not had any formal training, but have been working. We will definitely have to find a way out together with your leadership and the board to chart the way forward. Thank you.
Any other agenda question?
Thank you very much, Dr. for shedding some light. It was insightful. Maybe if Elkanah on the other end has any concern, but I'm grateful that within the application and the registration, certificates will be now released like immediately. Maybe a question from my side, which maybe I've received right here, is that what is the fate for the others that are already paid the money and have not submitted their applications formally, but the money to their account that was previously used? Do you still accept the same? So can I chair, Mr. CEO? I think we need verification. We will need verification of payments, because we are not saying that we're not going to give them a certificate. We'll give them certificates, so I think we can be able to report to us with evidence of payment. Then we'll be able to process the registration certificate and license manually now. But the other process is very fast and it's easy. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Another concern or a great area coming out clearly right now is what is the fate for renewing the same certificates? Coming down, knowing that we are getting to year 2024, can you shed some light and maybe let our members know what is needed of us? If you check the date when your license was issued, you need to have a year for your license to be renewed, right? So you need to, because we had realized that there are people who had applied in September, and the deadline was supposed to be in when? In December, right? I think what you need to do is that we'll need to vary the year so that at least that license will take a full year for you to be able to utilize it. Thank you very much. Now that this one is applied on CPD accreditation, do the authority have leeways or have developed mechanisms that the CPD will be awarded to the members? Felix, the CPD guide is almost out, and definitely the renewal of the practice license will be paid on acquisition of CPD points. And what we are doing now and what we shall do is for us to discuss with you and your team, because you are the people who will be providing the CPD. It is not the authority to provide the CPD. The authority will identify CPD providers, then who will be able to provide to the professional cadres, right? We need to agree how many points at the beginning do people need to have, because we don't want to be these are the number of points they need to acquire. Who then shall provide this CPD? Then maybe at the beginning we'll only identify one CPD provider. Maybe that will be your organization. Maybe later on we can have as many as possible. The whole thing that we want this to be the organization is that we want the association societies also to be in the forefront of making sure that there is competence building among the professional, the issues of mentorship, but it will also be a way of collecting revenue for the society and the association through the CPD points. Felix?
Thank you very much, Daktari. I'll now take you back to Elkanah if there's any concern before we call it a day. And I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Daktari.
Thank you, Karibu.
Okay, Daktari, there's one question here before I sum it up. Doc, there's a great concern concerning the employment of mortuary attendants. Nowadays, health facilities are under county governments. When it comes to employment of mortuary staffs, they normally employ people without certificates. How are we to enforce that so that those guys who are graduated from institutions can get employment through their documents? Because we have so many politicians, MCAs, and some other politicians, they always want their campaigners or their relatives to be employed in those jobs which have no qualifications. They have underrated their job. So it's the organizations to enforce how to find how the mechanism of enforcing the county governments to employ the graduates from various institutions.
And I think Daktari, as you answer that, there's another question that has come. For those who have already applied, how do they get their certificates before the online one becomes operational?
Then I was asking, when are you planning to come on the ground for assessment and implementation of the same?
You can take those, Daktari.
Those are two questions because the other one I had already answered. But to answer the last one, when we are coming on the ground, that is next year. We shall be down on the ground. We'll be visiting institutions in February and March. It's not just for the professional cadres that work in the mortuary, but it will actually be for all. We'll be checking all, including even the nurses, the doctors, whether they have their licenses and whether their licenses are up to date. So that is already the planned period. But to answer the question of people who are being employed without any certificate or training, I think the board has taken this matter very seriously and it is in engagement with the counties. The board has already produced a list of recognized professional cadres. And this is the list that has been shared with the county government. So we do not expect the county government to employ or to recruit people who are outside the already approved list of professionals who need to work to provide services. We have already done the visits. The board has already visited 11 counties, I think last month, and had a conversation engagement with the county governments, the governors and their leadership. And the discussion was about the list of professional cadres that they will need to be using when they are advertising or recruiting their staff. So these are issues, so that even when we come and find people who do not have the requisite qualifications, then we'll need to take the necessary action as an authority. Thank you.
I think we will thank you, Doctor, and leave it at that, unless you have a closing remark for us.
Thank you very much. I think mine is to appreciate the leadership and to appreciate those who are in attendance to the scientific conference, and to tell you that there is a lot that needs to be done in your profession, and we need to work together to make sure that, first of all, we protect the profession. That is very important. We make sure that it is not infiltrated by other people who are not qualified or do not have the same aspirations as you do, or the same vision. The authorities is going to work with you and make sure that the profession is developed, and we are able to safeguard the title, and we are able to protect the public from any form of harm. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Time is spent, and we have two presentations that must happen today. On top of those two presentations, we will see if Dr. Vincent will be able to present something for us. We will look around the logistics. I want us to agree. How many minutes do we take for our lunch? And let's be strict on that time. Let's agree, yeah? Let's agree. Let's have consensus. 30 minutes? 30 minutes maximum. Sawa. My rapporteurs mnaniangusha. People are taking a whole 1 hour na mnaangalia. Please help us. Sawa. Please. So we can kuna mtu ataombea hiyo lunch nisiwe ninavunja sheria.
Let's begin in prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come before you. We thank you for this fire that you brought us, O Lord. And now, because of your generosity and kindness, you provided us with some meals, Jehovah God. As we take them, O Lord, bless them, and by those who don't have anything to take today, Jehovah God, nourish our hearts with your Holy Spirit, so that we may have energy to serve you better. It is in the mighty name of Jesus I do pray and believe.
fast. Because the day now, us at my age, and some of us here, when now you're starting to call your children, because I think my pressure, they think, what? Like now the other day I was talking to another girl. Yes, she has started to invest, but she told me, you know what, Susan? I honestly don't understand my parents. I said, what is it? My dad is retiring, but he has no money. I said, what do you mean? He doesn't have a pension? He said, no. But it is because this person worked in a place where he was paid well, but it was through a contract that was renewed every other 5 years, 3 years, or whatever. Now it is time to retire. That means he has no pension. In what we have at Mapake, me being a member, I would want to ask the fraternity, the leaders, do you have a circle? Are you planning to have one? So that you can be able to guide your members on what to do. They know each other. They can guarantee each other. So when someone needs a medium goal, a short-term goal, short-term means it is when you say, I want to buy a fridge. 1 year, how much is that fridge? What is what you plan between 1 year and 3 years. You say, in 3 years, I would want this. Those who are younger, if you're planning a wedding, you don't just wake up and say, I want to marry. You have to plan. So how are you going to plan? There are those products that you can put your money aside for 3 years. Because when you go for these functions, the rurasho, the whatever, you need money. So in this case, you look at where are you at? Because we can't say in this room that everything will be good for everybody. No. Every product, every person have different goals. That is why someone will say, me, I can part with 3,000. Somebody else will say, I can part with 5,000. Someone else will say, I can't afford it. But what do you mean you can't afford it? You have a job. What if tomorrow you don't have a job? Will your siblings, will the people who depend on you continue to have the life that they have? What if you're not, morticians are the people who see the last of everything. Traumatized families, people who are mourning. But let me ask you, if you're not there tomorrow, will your children be able to live the lifestyle that you have set for them? If you have bad debts, who will pay for those bad debts? That is how now you start putting money aside for your loved ones. You're protecting your loved ones. When you're putting money aside, you're protecting your loved ones. Because if you had a bad debt, and especially men, sorry to say this, but men will keep quiet and things are going south. They are really bad. But when the auctioneers come now, they want to take up the house. That is when now Daddy says, I was with Kamau, and this deal did not work, and we did this, and we lost. Are you understanding? But that time you're talking. When you're not talking, your wife and children will be thrown out, and the house will go. But if you had something that you had invested, maybe it can salvage the situation. Maybe your children will not be out of school. Maybe where they used to rent, and maybe you're building somewhere, they will say, let's go to that house. Maybe we can do touch-up, and you guys will still go to school. That is how you manage money. People handle a lot of money, but when you ask them one question, where is your money? I remember when I joined ICA, I was put in a panel because I used to have a salon. I used to do my money. I used to just, every day I know I'm touching money. I would look at my Monday and I know 10,000 is coming my way. But when I went to that office, they asked me, Susan, you're a brand in the beauty industry. Now we want you to tell us, where is your money? I had no idea what they're talking about. They told me, go back to your books, because in the salon, of course, you write who came, who went, who did what. Tell us for the last 3 years how much money you have handled. Then we'll decide whether you qualify for this job or not, I was very shocked. I was very shocked. I was very sad. Because who touched that kind of money and where was my money? What did I do? I lived that life of peer pressure with friends. Okay? Can I afford this? Yeah, I have the money in my bag. Can I do this? Yes. Can I live in that house? Yes. When my friends come for a chama, me, I'm with it. Am I paying rent? Am I paying mortgage for my house? No. I'm helping my landlord to actually make his passive income. He thought wise early. He built those houses for Susan to come and live there and pay 40,000. Why couldn't I have taken the 40,000 and started my own project? And most of us, that is what it is. And most of us, you pay every bill. You insure even your phone. But if anything happens to you, if you have a phone of 50,000, you do not have the same in investment. Now that is sad. That is very sad. Because in this fraternity, in this ground, in this organization, when even I stand with my bosses and I talk about morticians, someone will raise their voice and ask me a question that when I look at them, I say, those are human beings. You've never attended any of their meeting. Me, I'm a member. And if anything, why don't we even try to come on board with them so that we can be able to help? But this is one of the things I would want us to do. To hit the ground running, start your investments so that you can be able to look at your 10 years. Because all of us, most of us here, were handling money when Kibaki was the president. Where is your 10,000? What did you invest in the 10 years of Kibaki? What did you do with the 10 years of Uhuru? What do you want to do with the 10 years or the 5 years of Ruto? What will you do? Because before you know it, it will be retired. You have no pension, but you've handled money. And let me tell you, let nobody cheat you that I don't have enough. No, that's not true. Because if you say you don't have enough, what about the person who is sick in hospital? What about the company who will say, you know, this person is not productive. They need to stop working. Why are they not productive? Maybe they have a sick child and they're not able to go to work. But most people will handle a lot of money and they will not be able to manage that money. What I would want to say today, if you forget anything I will say today, just remember, in this institution, by the time the leaders get to a point that you people have a pension, start your own. Money has nothing to do with my family, my sister, my boss, my who. No. The decisions you make about your money, they are personal. Because if you do not make decisions about your money, money loves swimming. It will go. You'll handle, but it will go. But if you give it directions, command it, do this for me, allocate it, you will see the benefits. And on top of that, the younger generation, start investments early enough. Because you want to go back to school, you're still staying with your parents. Because in my time, I think by the time you're 30, 35, you're done. You're sorted with the children and everything. Now you're just educating them. But you'll see, at 30, the girl is still home. At 28, she's still doing her master's, she's still doing something. Okay? But we also need, as parents, we need to talk to our children about investing. Because this is one topic that has never and will never be taught in school. So you get this person, or rather you get your child a good job. they have the money, but they do not understand what to do with that money. So, if they're in a good working atmosphere for 5 years, they have not invested anything. They have not invested anything. They have nothing. Yet, maybe when you try to say this and this, this and this and this, they never understood. You have seen Indians. They carry the whole family, the grandmother, the who, go to the shop. Why? So that their children can understand the business. We Africans, do we do that? Why? We don't. You know? And it is sad when you go to Nairobi Hospital or any other hospital, the father of the whole family is there, worth millions, but nobody can even try to forge the signature so that this guy can continue being on the life support machine. Why? It is his wealth. When you go to court, your in-laws are waiting for you. As women, what are we doing about it? As men, how honest are you to tell your wife, this is where we are, this is the money we have, this is the position? Women, you're buying plots, you're doing this, you're not telling anybody. Okay? But it's all good to do it your way if it is working. But we have one story we always repeat. They did this for me, they did this, they did that. Why did they do it to you? It is because when their brother was busy making ends meet and your effort was part of the package, they didn't recognize your effort. So when this guy goes, it is now going to court, you have the children, you're fighting, and you have no money because everything is entitled to even the mother. So that you ask a man, he's filling up the forms, he fills everything, but the beneficiary, he has 4 children, but the beneficiary is the mother, 100%. So where is the wife? So what I would want to say, how do you plan your money? What do you do with your money? Because what you do with your money today, if like now I said, I asked all of you, how much do you have in your accounts? Trauma. Trauma. Everybody will look down, sides, what? Because they'll think, what are you asking us? But you see, it should be an open book. You should say, I have 3,000, I have 300,000, I have 1 million. You understand? But when you look at the years that you have worked, honestly, where is your money? Because you've been touching money, where is your money? And Chair, this is what I honestly want you to lead by example. You have done a good job, but when I went and presented my case, they also asked, it's been 1 year. Nobody could do 3,000? Did you follow up? I said, yes, I did. And when I did, it is that time at YMCA when they said that most of you needed to go back to school so that you can get your certifications. But what about from now going on? What will you do with your money? How will you plan your money? If you don't have money, what do you mean you don't have money? You wake up every morning, you go to work, and you're paid. People who are on commission will go and they will not close a sale. They've not worked. But they woke up and went to the office, but they didn't close a business. Isn't it? But by the end of the day, I would want you to sit down and say, I can only do this amount of money. Put it aside. I can only do, in 10 years, I want this. Because someone who will put up 6,000, in 10 years, they'll easily get $1 million. Because where you've put your money, it's also accruing bonuses. You partially, you'll have done 600,000, and the company will give you additional bonus of 400K. So you will have 1 million. So it all depends with where do you want to be? Where are you? What do you want to do with your money? And mostly, Chair, as you guide them, also look into how you can have pension for them. Because if you come as an organization to any institution that does finance, it will be good because it will start early. And I can see you also have very young people here. So if they start putting some little money for their pension, it will also be good. So that you also take care of their old age. And they can have something and live comfortably. Because when you're older, the only thing that worries you most is your health. The only thing that can drain your children is your health. Because if you're in the village, yes, you have a house, you have your little kitchen garden or whatever, but what about your health? Who will cater for it? Your children. So your children will be raising their kids, but they are also taking care of you. But maybe if they had mommy was unwell, daddy was unwell, and they managed to even buy the cough syrup, don't you think that little money that that child should have used to cater for your need can help them also live a better life in their old age? Because sometimes when you look at young people in the office, when their parents call, you can easily tell from the body language who is calling. They will decide whether to pick, whether to flip the phone, whether to put it and walk out. Madeni nini, you will know. But you'll also see in the same office, there are those kids who are told by their mother, I want money because watu wanalima. Hii shamba yako unataka nini nayo? You either send the money or I might come to Nairobi. Eh? Okay, that person sends. You understand? So I would want you, as you go back home, those of you who have small kids, those of you who have teenagers, those of you who will be parents soon, remember one thing. Teach your children about money at an early age. Because what I have learned, what I have seen, there are those people who understand this game. And there are those people who do not get it. They'll say, that's a scam. But there's that family that the grand whoever left enough wealth that even that kijana that is named after that mzee still gets 200,000. 200,000. And maybe that child is 9. Lakini, there were instructions that were left by that mzee that anybody under my name should get out of this money I have left here. They should get this amount of money. The Bible is very clear. A good man leaves wealth to his children's children. Not just his children, children and the next generation. Because what you guys do is phenomenal. Your work needs to be recognized. And you need to be embraced by the big institutions so that you can be able to be on board. Like when I stand and talk to people from big companies like Safaricom, and I go back and I give a report, they'll be more than willing. And if you guys don't work, then what happens? Everything will go south. So take it to heart. Remember, every day, what you make, what you see, what you handle, always remember to pay yourself first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Susan. I can see delegates were very attentive. When it comes to money, hapo ndo roho yetu iko. Na sisi wadu wa moshari, hapo ndo inakuanga sana sana, si ndio? So let's give Madam Susan a very hearty appreciation as we digest matters money. And we promise you, Madam, I think it will form part of our AOBs in the AGM, how to invest. CDO members, so that next year we call her again and we say, you see that bus, it's branded Mapake, and it's flying route Nairobi Kericho daily. I'll see you. Thank you very much, Madam. Let's appreciate her. At this particular time, allow me to call upon Mr. Alex Chwea to come and talk to us on behalf of Mr. Felix Mtua, who is the HOD, who's the head of academics, KMTC Clinical Medicine. Thereafter, we'll have Dr. Vincent Msungu from KMTC. Then we'll close it with Mr. Jamlek Gitonga, who is a curriculum development officer. He's in a meeting currently, but once he's done, I think he'll join us. Karibu sana, Mr. Alex.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not able to. Okay. Yeah, I hope I'm audible. So my name is Choi Alex. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Clinical Medicine, and I'm here to represent the head of faculty. Allow me to read his speech. Mr. Felix Mutua is the head of faculty, Department of Clinical Medicine, where Mortuary Science is housed. So, esteemed members and distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Felix Mutua, head of faculty, Clinical Medicine, Kenya Medical Training College. I am honored today to address this illustrious gathering. And allow me to start by appreciating the organizers of this year conference, and thank you for inviting me. We are proud as KMTC for being the pioneer in training of mortuary science at both upgrading and diploma levels. And we are currently having 3 campuses training mortuary science, that is Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, with a total number of 146 students, out of which 30% are upgraders, that is in service, and 79.5% are direct entry, pre-service. Academic and career progression are pivotal for the continuous advancement of mortuary science practice. And continuous learning and research foster a culture of excellence, as well as elevating intellectual capital of the profession. As we discuss the themes, let us endeavor to define career pathways, as well as provide motivation and direction for the morticians or morticians. This year's theme being implementing technology, innovation, and research to transform mortuary science practice resonates with the ever-evolving landscape of this profession. The various sub-themes focus on emerging issues, challenges, opportunities, and multifaceted nature of mortuary science practice in our country. As we devolve in this theme, let's explore these areas together, forge a path towards progression and excellence in this noble practice. Embracing technology is inevitable as it presents opportunities, though it comes with its own sets of challenges. It is important to identify opportunities while being mindful of potential threats, as well as addressing risks associated with the modern technology advancements. Education is the foundation of our profession, and play learning is one of the key areas in delivering this, and now we should accept and appreciate that it's a reality and it should be embraced. Together we will address the challenges arising and strategize ways to enhance the learning experience for our students. Let's engage in thoughtful discussion on the intricacies of medical legal issues in the mortuary science, e.g. autopsies, by ensuring precision and adherence to legal standards. Upholding high standards of profession is the core of our responsibility. Discussing strategies to reinforce work ethics and maintain utmost confidentiality by respecting the dignity of the departed, thus the deceased, is key in this profession. Practicing as morticians carries unique stressors and mental health is paramount. Let us explore effective approaches for managing stress and fostering mental well-being among our colleagues. I invite each of us to actively participate in this discussion, share insights, and collectively propel this profession forward. As we harness the power of technology, innovation, and research, let us strive for excellence and maintaining the highest standards in the service to humanity. Thank you, na asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for reading out that speech on behalf of Mr. Felix Ntua. Extend our appreciation to him, and we promise to be part and parcel of this journey. At this particular time, allow me to welcome Dr. Vincent Msungu from KMTC Kisumu. He's also a lecturer lecturing human anatomy and physiology, clinical medicine, and also mortuary science. He'll be taking us through research and development of abstract papers in scientific conferences. Remember, we are still Mortician conference, and going forward, we'll be doing scientific conferences. So, students who are here, let's be part of this. Let's engage so that we know how to develop abstract for presentations going forward. Tomorrow, we'll be having 2 presentations that will be, if God allows, will be absorbed by the training institutions that we have currently. So, karibu sana daktari.
All the leadership of the association, colleagues, students, good evening everyone. Good evening again. This evening I'm honored to stand before you just to share a few things. And when the finance, allow me to call you the finance person who's speaking, the finance expert, consultant, right? When she was speaking, everyone was very quiet. I'm not sure whether people were trying to digest or they were feeling sorry. Everybody was very quiet. That was one of the presentations that everyone was very quiet here. And I think mnajihurumia. Okay, thank you very much. Just a few things I want to share. Up to where we are, you realize, and especially the people who have been working in this field for some time, you realize that mortuary science keeps on generating interest. Are we together? It really keeps on generating interest across all board, from the ministry, even the counties. Very soon you will see them. If already they have not yet started, you realize that mortuary science is one area that for long, even when some of us were still very young in the early 90s, when you have somebody working in a mortuary, we will regard that person, in fact, they were either outcasts or they were people who have lost direction in life. And if you go back home, even people will not, you can't just greet them, and they take it as if they are normal. That is where mortuary working is coming from. But today in the year 2023, we realize that the landscape is changing. Do you agree? The landscape is changing. And for that reason, I want to put forth to all of us, students alike. I keep talking to my students, especially if you have some sessions, that this is an academic path. It's an academic path, this is an academic field. It is not a career of people who have failed in life. You know, I was telling some students some time back that if you went back, especially these young girls who are not yet married, and the parents to your boy, to your boyfriend, realize that you are doing mortuary science, will they still be celebrating? There's one time we had a conversation with a group of students. What about your friends? And you'll see some frowning their faces and things like those. But if they are very broke and you called them, can you help me 5,000? Will they still take that money frowning? They'll be very humble, right? Yes. What I'm trying to tell you is that mortuary science is an academic career. And I want this to be very clear to all of us. For that reason, it is also good to start thinking big. When we meet in such conference, and this we are really going to ensure as a training institution, especially to the students, we want also to have abstracts. And when I say abstracts, I don't mean that you abstract is a research. Find very interesting that you'll want to share with other academicians that will shape the training, that will shape the future practice of mortuary science. Right now, all of us, especially the students, and I know some lecturers are here, I've seen Jacinta here. For example, they are doing a unit called thanatology, which is it has culture, religion, and all those kind of things, right? How has culture, just trying to stimulate your thinking, how has culture, or how does culture affect the practice of mortuary science? I was in Kakamega mortuary. I had visited some students who were doing assessment, and one of the students came and she gave me a story. And she was telling me that, you know, Doc, I'm not understanding how people are talking to a dead body and the dead body seem to be responding. Then I asked her, are you really serious? Do you see it? And she said, yes, I saw it. I didn't see it myself, but the student said so. Is it possible in the first place? Is it possible? Yeah, now we are all just saying, eh? Okay? The student came and she talked. She was very disturbed that they will find a body and they'll tell the body to straighten the hands and the hands will go straight. That's a lie. That is one. Now, you see, the reason why I'm bringing all these things, these are things that, depending on where you're working, there are several things. In fact, there are some places where, even as a mortuary technologist or technician, you're not allowed to clean the body. Right? You cannot dress the body. And sometimes they'll even bring that body and they'll want to do certain things around the body. So the question is, how has these cultural beliefs, traditional beliefs, how is it affecting mortuary science in a way? Don't you think if you did a study on something like that, it will be interesting in such conference to present results? And when we all listen to that, we find it very interesting. So, research. let's find a way through the leadership where we can also, when we are calling for the conference, I'll wish also to be part of the next conference, we call people to submit abstracts, and those abstracts are reviewed depending on the themes, so that we can present in such forums. I just use that example, but trust me, it is not documented, but there are a lot of cultural practices that in one way or the other, it affects mortuary practice. Do you agree? There are several of them. Some people have been accused because they did not allow certain things to happen. Some people, even in some communities, when they come to the morgue, some people want to sleep with a dead body. Right? They'll want to sleep with a dead body to fulfill certain things about the community. All these things, when they are documented, they give information. And you see, there was a time we used to have traditional birth attendants. And I suspect that maybe 50% of us here, we were delivered by TBS. Okay? Traditional birth attendants. They used to work at home. Women never used to go to the hospital. And these people, they were all over. And they were working. In as much as we never documented any bad things they ever did, it doesn't rule out the fact that there are some bad things that happened to them. But time came, and we had a change. And today it's a different story. They may still be existing, but things have changed. Mortuary science, for a very long time, it has been like that. A lot of good things. We have served people with their loved ones who lost their loved ones. We have taken care of their bodies, but we have documented nothing. So there is nothing to learn out of it. How I call that, we take that direction, and I'm really, I'm very emphatic on this, especially to the students. I want that when we start our research, more so the upgrading students, we really want to, let's help each other. We are really there to support you. Let's help each other to ensure that we can do some documentation, that if we present it, even to Dr. Kioko, as he was assuming he was here, he will take it as something that is interesting and find a way of improving mortuary science. Number two, I want to mention something about the training. The speech read by the head of faculty mentioned something about career progression. And as I said, mortuary science is no longer just a course of people who have failed in the community, people who are disadvantaged, people who failed in school. Things are changing. And trust me, in the next 3 years, or in the near future, even the requirement for doing this course will change. Trust me, it's going to change. And this is just to illustrate to you that this is not just any other course, it's an academic course. And for that reason, therefore, let's also think of a way of working with institutions. You know, sometimes we need to lobby. We also need to have some lobbying skills. Working with some institutions. I remember there was a time we were at Masinde Muliro University. We had a meeting with the Dean School of Medicine. Miles was there. And we were saying, the Dean was very impressed because he thought, and let me tell you, the perception of mortuary science, even to many of us who seem to know it, is very different. There are people who will still tell you mortuary science is very good, but deep down his heart, there are so many things he's also so scared about, he doesn't understand them. But I remember when we had that meeting, the dean said that they were now in the process of working on a curriculum of BSc, Bachelor of Science in Mortuary Science. And this Bachelor of Science, if it takes effect, I'm hoping very soon, they were talking of next year, if this takes up, it is going to be maybe the first institution in Africa. And if not, it will be among the top 3, a few institutions. Globally, there are less than 5 universities training Bachelor of Science in mortuary science. There are less than 5. And so graduates of this course can even do more, so that you don't limit. I've always said this, that don't have the society's perception about mortuary science. Failures. So when you walk around, you just know that I'm a failure. Don't have that mentality. We have gone past that. The fact that the light came the day a diploma course was begun in this country. And now we are looking for a day when we'll have bachelors, a day when masters will come on board. And let's think big. It is not only working in mortuary, for example. I know some of you, I remember, were together in anatomy lab. Some of us here are working in anatomy lab. And that is still a diversification. You can just become a person who is so much interested in medical education in terms of anatomy to medical students. You can also decide to remain in the mainstream. You remain in the mortuary, what you are calling the funeral homes. You remain there, and that's where you're working. You can decide to work alongside the pathologists, because you're going to be assistant. If you look at the curriculum, it envisages that you can assist a pathologist in performing post-mortem. You can also own a funeral home. You can start your own. If you have a chunk of land and you have resources, you can start and you have your own. As she has rightly said, we are not just training you so that you start looking for jobs. Tomorrow, you are looking for a job. If the job is not there, you go back home. And then you say, the society has said mortuary people are failures. No, let's think big. Another thing is, let's also find a way of mapping out, especially now, let me speak this from a technical point of training. And this one, I really want to engage the chair and the rest of the leadership here. There are a few issues that probably we may want to find a way of streamlining progressively. And this takes me to the point of change management. You see, when I lost my mother in 2017, and I remember very well that morning, I drove at night at 1 a.m. I picked her home. I think she was already dead. Only to reach the hospital and they said she was pronounced dead. And when I carried my mother to the mortuary, I didn't like the way they treated her. Okay? I heard in the morning when somebody was presenting here, the CABS person, that, and then some of you are saying that there is no capacity for a mortuary, a holding area or something. They can come as many, you load and you offload. But I just didn't like the way the remains of my mom was treated then. And so sometimes when I speak this, I speak with a lot of passion, because I'll wish that somebody tomorrow, it may be you, it may be your relative, you'll want certain dignified treatment during your last days. When you are dead, the remains of the body, you want it to be treated in a particular way. So that then takes us to the point of training. So the training must be very much adequate. The training must be very much well aligned. And one of the things that I want to therefore highlight to the chair and the other team is that when we have people who have been working, some of us are here, some of us are not here for various reasons. For example, let me just use an example. You go to a morgue and you have attached 4 students in that particular mortuary, and the in charge is Elkanah. Allow me just use the term Elkanah, but it's not now you. And Elkanah refuses to teach the students. What reason does Elkanah have? When you guys qualify, you'll take over my job. I want you to imagine that. So then, and you'll find there are several mortuaries which are headed by Elkanahs. Okay? Change. Now, change is inevitable. I want to say this, that change is inevitable, but there must be a better way of managing this change. Even this, when the BSc comes, the diploma will also start just undergoing attrition because people will also want to do BSc. But it should not create animosity of saying, sasa wewe umejiona uko na degree, okay? And then another person is saying, nyinyi mnajiona mnafanya diploma. You find such kind of things. Then you find another person who has had a certificate training, and there's another who has been working since 1980, maybe when you were born. And you reached at a particular time, you went to Chiromo, you met Jacinta and the team, they trained you for a certificate, and again you find yourself working together. Again, another Elkanah comes. You know, I've been working here since 1980, but he doesn't have a training. That is one thing that you need to find a way, especially if it's possible when the KHPOA, they are doing their regional moving. How I wish, my suggestion, just you can also be incorporated so that you start sensitizing these people. The truth is, a time is coming, like now, I had somebody asking a question in the morning about those people who have been working, but they don't have a formal training. One thing I can tell you for free, 100% sure, if they don't have any formal training, they'll not be recognized, no matter what you do. Because KHPOA said they have submitted lists of people who are regarded as qualified health workers. So where do they place them? And a license has its own terms and conditions. They cannot just give to somebody because of experience. So it is a change that is inevitable, apparently. But I believe through the leadership of this, we can find a way of streamlining that. And lastly, I want to encourage all of us. You know, most of the time, as I said, mortuary science has not been known. To some, even mortuary science, I was very happy when I heard, I think she's the one who was saying that the daughter is also doing mortuary science. But to some, even mortuary science, it is still an awkward course to them. Very many people. But this course, mortuary science, it's an academic course, as I said. Even the issues, for example, the issues that were coming up in the morning, many of those issues, technically, this mortuary science is supposed to address them. I was having a chat with my boss, and he was saying that, you know, if you are training to be a doctor, you cannot say that for example, I'm taking history. There's something that we call taking history. You come, I talk to you, you tell me your problem, I write somewhere, then I examine you, then I send you for investigation. One person. But we cannot segment that service so that we can say we have history takers, then we have examiners, then we have investigators. It is just the same one person. So within this mortuary science, you can still do a lot. You can assist a pathologist, you can assist post-mortem, that is, you can embalm because you are taught. You can still do funeral service management. And you can be a funeral service director anyway. In the morning, you remember that's what I was telling you. If you see, for example, our DG today, Dr. Moth, he's the Director General, although acting, but he's still the Director General. But there's no course that trains the Director Generals. There's no course that trains them. But it is the scheme of service that provides for certain positions. But in terms of regulatory framework, they'll only recognize your certificate or your diploma, very soon maybe your bachelor's or your high national diploma. But these other positions, the scheme of service, which is very political, can address them. Otherwise, I really want to thank every one of us for having come here. Let's make this career very great, and the future is bright. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, thank you so much, Daktari. It's important that we appreciate him again for the very wise information that he has shared. But Daktari, I would really request that tomorrow we have you in attendance, because 2 of your students will be doing some presentations, so that we kickstart this journey together, so that going forward we know where we stand and we rectify where we go wrong. So tomorrow we'll be having 2 presentations, and we'll really appreciate if the team from KMTC can be around to help us coin all this so that they are approved or accepted going forward. Thank you very much. So allow me to welcome Mr. Jamle Kitonga, who is a Curriculum Development Officer at TVET SIDAC. Mr. Kitonga happens to be a very good friend of mine. He's also the National Treasurer to the Kenya Association of Healthcare Support Staff Association, and he's also the Registrar to an association called Peri-Operative Theatre Technicians. All of these cadres are being supported by or regulated by KHPOA. So he's worked with us this journey. We've been with him in so many meetings, and he's a good friend to Morticians. Maybe soon he will be part of us going forward, like Reverend Father Ken said in the morning. So karibu sana, Mr. Kitonga.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Ninawasalimia, habari zenu. Mimi ni daktari lakini pia ni mwalimu. Naomba tusimame kidogo. I'm not good at sijui write O, hate. Chair, do we have someone to take us through just in 1 minute? Ladies and gentlemen, to stretch. It is very important because we have been sitting for some time. I know you preparing my presentation as we do this. Naomba tumpigie makofi. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Yes. It is very important. My name is Jamli Kitonga. I am a Curriculum Development Officer at TVET SIDAC. By profession, I'm a clinical officer who has done public health and to the master's level to reproductive health. But because I work with the Ministry of Education, wakasema lazima tukue walimu, so I also did some postgraduate in education. Well, I'm here to present on the role of competency-based education and training approach for health professions. And I know this might seem to be a little bit not a familiar field for you, but I've already told you whom I am.
and I'm working with the ministry in this sector. It tells a lot. I can answer or I can help you in this. This is not the first time I'm making such a presentation. Previously, we were the National Association of Clinical Officers and Anesthetists. I made a similar presentation on behalf of my CEO. I've also come here on behalf of the TVET-CDAC through their invite. I'm expecting to make similar presentations even in East Africa. I've already been invited in Tanzania because the country, people are talking about competency-based education and training. That is where we are as a country. The president up there is talking about TVET, TVET, TVET. And in this country, you know, we have KMTC for the health sector. We have KMTC, and then we have so many other colleges that are not under KMTC, training, nursing, clinical medicine, and many other courses. And they are part and parcel of us. Previously, there was nobody regulating them. They were doing their things on their own. But right now, as we are seated here, we have TVET authority regulating them, and we have us certifying them. TVET-CDAC is let's move to the next slide. So we'll be moving together. TVET-CDAC, as you can see, I would suggest you move my image where they can see everything, and I will appreciate. Thank you so much. You can see this is a body corporate. It is established by an Act of Parliament, TVET Act 2013. Whose mandate, okay, you can see the meaning of this CDACC, Curriculum Development, Assessment, and Certification Council, which is, mandate is to design, develop curriculum or curricula, assess and certify graduates of from this curricula. So you have started thinking why TVET-CDAC might be a very important government agency as far as mortuary science is concerned. Because we have KMTC, this is a body corporate, they are managing their own training, assessment, and certification. What about these other colleges? They need a government agency to take care of them. And this is the body. This is the government organization. Next slide. Professionally, there is this association that also has been one of my key babies that I've mentored. This is Perioperative Technicians and Technologists Association of Kenya, Porta Kenya. Their trainees study perioperative technology, data technology, POTT, which to us as a country is a fresh CBET course. Is a fresh meaning it was not established by Ministry of Health. It was not established by any regulatory body. Kenyans came together and said, here is a gap. KMTC is not addressing, no any other bodies are addressing, but we have them in Aga Khan, Kenyatta National Hospital. Nobody is talking about them. We need to think about them. So Porta Kenya was started in 2019. And in 2020, like you, they went through the process, and now it's a professional association. The other association you mentioned about Kenya Association of Healthcare Support Assistants. It is also a sister to MAPAKE, which takes care of healthcare support assistance. We've been able to do all this. Here I am the registrar. For the Porta Kenya, I'm the registrar. For the CAS, I'm the national treasurer. Because they also came up, last month we received a letter from the ministry that they now recognize them. KHPA will also oversee and regulate them for the time being, making sure that Kenyans are receiving healthcare services that are protected. And you are aware in our country, we have these people we call caregivers. They are very essential. They do things that they are very pivotal to our health system. Okay? Oh, so this is the one that is speaking. They are very pivotal in the health system. They take care of patients. They take care of people at home, home-based care services, but nobody has been regulating them. The other day we were receiving complaints how Kenyans, individual Kenyans get to a family, and by the time they finish up with the family taking care of the sick person, they have stolen 1 or 2 items. So nobody is to follow up with them. So now there is that association. We are set as a country through KHPOA to have everybody in our country who is working the line of health regulated, from healthcare support to the surgeon or to the consultant, to the professor. And that is what we were envisaging. So thank you so much for this. We know that the Minister of Health, apart from KMTC, is the custodian of academic qualifications. It is good for you to understand why you need to work with the Ministry of Education as a professional association. Because you are a mentors. You're seated there as a mentor. Maybe you're a mentor, you're an employer, like we and our sister here coming in as a stakeholder. She's a key stakeholder in this sector. Why do you need to know about what is happening in the Ministry of Education? This is our source of qualification. And we are divided into 3 state departments currently. What can you see the first state department is all about? A chorus, everyone? What is it all about? You can chorus, no problem, I'm allowing you. What can you see? ECD, primary education, what else? And? The other state agents, state department? For? Yes. What is all about? Centers, including MTCs, not under KMTC, and directorates of TVETs in the universities. Someone mentioned something. Oh no, I was in another meeting. So those who are undertaking community health in Kisii University, at the end of the day, they need to be certified. So the government has dictated that all qualifications in this sector, the diploma, the certificates, should be of the same quality, so that you have a nurse from KMTC and a nurse from a medical training college and a TVET authority, wote wanasoma the same thing. So the same case will apply to you. A mortuary technician will be trained in KMTC is the same at Masinde Muliro. Because Masinde Muliro has a directorate of TVET for the college, the level that they are training diploma, certificates, and below. So that you will not have a mismatch. And therefore, that is your desire. So the next one is, of course, university, private and public. Next. What happened? This is the call for competency-based education and training. It is all about making sure whatever is trained in a college is what is required at the workplace. And therefore, you have to involve the workplace. You have to involve the workers. You have to involve the professional bodies like MAPAKE. You have to involve the regulatory body. You cannot sit in a corner somewhere and develop a training program and you dictate to colleges how to implement. It might not be possible, it might not be attainable. So this, as you can see, is about competence, how the examination that is leading to certification and not a mere piece of paper. I have a diploma, I have a degree in this, but they cannot, it's not about, there's nothing like competence. They come to your home, to your funeral home, they have again to be retrained. So that is not what we want. Next. What can you see in, yes, we have number 4, industry-led. The industry is where they are working. What do they do there? Is it as per the desires of the industry? And you can see the training shall allow, number 6. What can you see for number 6? There is a lot of light, it's affecting visibility. Yes, one of the other aspects you will learn from this, because we will work together, is that there is multiple entry. You can come in as a qualified mortuary technologist and undertake one unit of competency which you may require to sharpen your skills. And you get that certificate of competency in that area. It is different from the previous, where you have to sit in a class and study everything that even you may require and you don't require. There's this multiple entry, and what we want to see at the end of the day is that a trainee is competent. Competence is the ability to perform given tasks as per the standards. It has 3 facets: about the knowledge, it has the skills. So the knowledge is in your head, the skills, what you can do with your hands, you can mention, and it has to do with how your body presents yourself, how you present yourself, the attitude. And this is one of the sectors where attitude is very key, very key. So that is competence. Next slide. Yes, next slide. Yeah, I've explained about that. Perform tasks as per standards. Next. It is not about covering content. Eti nimesoma this textbook, this other textbook, this unit, and we cannot see anything that you can perform. Competency-based is about an outcome. At the end of the day, we have trained you to participate or to undertake this task. We need at the end of the evening, can you perform this task? If you do that, then you are satisfied. So it's outcome-based. It's not content-based. And I know we will struggle with this a lot when we'll be working with you on your curricula. It's not about, oh, we covered this. Why are they not covering this? We have covered this. Some of us covered voluminous books, but even now we have not even a day implemented what we covered. We will fight. I know this is an ideological difference, but we shall see, understand why it's not about the content, but it's about outcome-based training. Next slide. We also CBET, competency-based education, ladies and gentlemen, it involves analysis of tasks. Chair, what I mean is you don't wake up and say, let them study this. Let them go to class and study this. We were with the Farmers and Poisons Board on 2nd and 3rd of October. And the who is who in the sector and the audacity to stand and say, KMTC, we started in 1968, before the World War I, World War what, and then this is what we have been covering, this is what we have been doing. We like that. It's very important to understand where we come from. But things have changed. We cannot keep talking about what we learned in 1965, 1940. Our grandparents were still were not even born, and we still want to use all the imposed, we imposed the 20, we are calling them JZ generation. We will have troubles with them. Today I posted on my status, I'm very fanatic in this. A young lady graduated last year in one of the courses. Anasema anapika ugali, pande ile ameweka kamera na huku ana watch TV, the other side ana kamera inamuonyesha vile ugali ama chakula kinaiva na ako huku. The way you normally mama anapika, anaenda kuangalia imefika wapi, anarudi, anaenda tena kwa maji imeisha, anarudi. This one ameweka kamera, he or she can watch what is happening the other side and can still watch a movie or something. You may not like it, but it is happening. It is happening. So you would like to know, how can we integrate the past, the present, and the future in one document? So that when our dear pioneers, we respect them, come to talk to us, they're able to know what is important and relevant at this moment. So we analyze the tasks and compile them. These tasks, as per the current dispensation, will determine the training content, the assessment criteria, and the certification criteria. Not history. Not, oh, this is what we did. This is what was happening in 1932. It is about the analysis. I've talked about demands in the industry. It's the same thing. Next. Also, this is very important because we do not want colleges to churn graduates who are not compatible to the industry. So the industry must be involved. Next slide. So competency-based is outcome. This is just a synopsis. Outcome-based. What else can you see? Demand-driven. So there is a demand for mortuary technicians or mortuary techs, in short. There is a demand. And it's the industry-centered. We want to see the training happening in funeral homes, in mortuaries around that. We don't want to create products that have never even gone to a mortuary, even during the course of their training. This is a thing of the past, and you're saying this is also flexible. It is flexible. There is a little bit of comparison between the old way of training and the current. The health sector, ladies and gentlemen, the health sector is 80% competency-based. I'm about to present what is happening in other parts of the country, the world. The health sector has been one of the sectors that have been implementing competency-based. So to them, it is not a very new song. But the problem with us is that we did not have one of the components, national occupational standards. We have master curricula. You know what you say, it's master curriculum, the bare minimum. But a master curriculum is a training document. We have now a national occupational standards, which is a compilation of tasks and duties at workplaces, not the content. The curriculum will give the content. Teach this, train this. But the national occupational standards will compile all the tasks and their duties of a specific cadre at their workplaces. In the health sector, we lacked that. It is not the schemes of service. It's not the scope of work. It is a national occupational standard. So this is what we've been missing much of it. These others, individual needs, we have been doing this in the health sector. And this is one of the reasons as to why the Minister of Health was left out when others were running away with the competency-based. This was one of the reasons. Because we felt we train in the hospital. KMTC is based in hospitals. You rarely find, I don't know, there is no any KMTC without a college, a hospital. Si ndio? Si hakuna? Kunayo? Ama kuna ile hawana wako na hospitali? So most of the KMTCs are based in hospitals. That's what you call incompetency based. But now we have realized that we lacked national occupational standards and some other aspects. So you can see this is what we have been doing, norm, criterion, demonstration of competencies. This is what happens in the health sector. So it's not much new. Next. Sorry, I'm not able to see the other side because of the lighting. Objective. Oh, objectives. That is simple. I have mentioned about attitude, abilities that respond to the... There's this last bullet in here. The others you can relate with. Develop attitudes and abilities to respond to rapidly changes. Used to require COVID, and you know how we suffered. We would like to see our trainees from all parts of the country, in the health sector, even in mortuary science, are able to cope with the changes. The others you can relate with. So here, from this slide, is a compilation of scientific study findings about the history, why the country had to change to competency-based, what led to this, and these are excerpts of research from different concept papers. I will share with you for you to go through it, but all these were all addressing the need for a competent trainee. You can see here is about the government's priority was manpower development, and education was seen as an instrument for change and self-reliance. This was by Misela and Kitainge. Kitainge is our current CEO. And move to the next slide. This again about Mominde. The next one. Manpower. You have seen manpower to address workplace. So it's you can see skills, practical skills, all that. Next. And here you have these three bodies that are very important. We have TVET Authority. TVET Authority is the body that registers and regulates colleges. Then you have TVET CEDAC, it's us, and the TVET FAD. These were created by TVET Act 2013. There is another body that the chair might be forced to interact with, which is Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Again, they work on qualifications. You want to say that this is level 5 certificate. This body will guide. Why do you cluster this as a certificate course and not a diploma? So we have courses. You undertake 3 years, you still get a diploma. Another person goes to MKU and other colleges, universities. In 6 months or 1 year, they still get a diploma. And you're in the same country. So we cannot allow this to continue happening because we have Kenya National Qualifications Authority guiding us. All qualifications are now equal. Next. And these are the qualifications. In our country, we have level 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 9, up to on top, bottom here, up to level 10. So ukisikia tunasema level 1, level 2, level 3, they are there already. For your level, it will be level 3, level 5, which is certificate, and level 6, which is a diploma. So that one, again, you need to know about it. Next. Sector Skills Advisory Committee. This will come to you, maybe through the chair or his office, where you need to come up to nominate a team to advise the TVET sector. Remember, the TVET sector is made up of engineers, masons, you can mention them, hospitality. So they are not doctors there. They are not health people unless niko hapo lakini siwezi tosha na wengine. But there is a sector skills advisory committee drawn from you who will be giving ideas about mortuary science. They have some requisite qualifications, including 3 years in the industry and some recognized qualifications. It is very important they give advice. They advise, they guide the TV sector. They know all that entails that sector. And in this, it's about the factors or the issues that affect the TVET training, the global issue, the technological change. Today, we are in this arena. Next month, we're in another one. So we need to address this. The competition also. Next slide. These are circulars from the Ministry of Education, which are also affecting you. This is one of we have 2 circulars. You can present the other one. Next page. These circulars were sent to colleges other than KMTC by the Ministry of Education. And they were guided that all courses must be competency-based starting from September this year. So it's a thing that is affecting you because if at a particular college they were offering a course that is not CBET, then they were meant either to stop or to comply. So that is happening. Next. This is giving us an update that Kenya Health Professions Oversight Authority is in charge. We are all subject to Kenya Health Professions Oversight Authority. Whether you are KMPDC, leave about the politics, whether you are Nursing Council of Kenya, Kenya Medical Laboratory, Technicians and Technologists Board, all those boards and the associations. And therefore, KHPOA is supposed to work with TVET Authority and TVET CDAC to make sure that all health programs are meeting the standards of the industry. So this we shall continue to see. You can see from that slide, how many colleges do we have that are under TVET? You can see 1,232. That was by, well, I compiled this in last month also, but you can get it from TVET Authority. The colleges continue to be registered day after the other. So it tells us we have so many colleges there. We had JFC College was here in the morning. Trescent was, I saw them also was to come. These are very key institutions under TVET Authority in the line of health. And therefore, if we have courses, KMTC offering these courses, as a country, we need to open them up and regulate the non-KMTC colleges so that they can offer quality, standardized training, because they will be working with you. Ukitoka KMTC, mwingine atoke JFC College, you meet in the field. And all of you are supposed to get the same standards. You can see the universities also. Waliambiwa kama mna train diploma, you don't want to leave, you want to continue offering diploma, then you have to meet the standards of a diploma course, for example. And you have to be regulated by the body that is regulating diplomas. So we have now Masinde Muliru is offering these courses. They have a responsibility to comply. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to get into a lot of history. Let's move to the next slide. Now, this is what is happening in Germany. CBET is there in United Kingdom. I know you're aware of these are developed countries. Well, let's see. Is it happening in... let's come closer home. Peleka too. This is still about other countries okay, outside. You can see just up or two. Competency-based in Malawi, Ghana, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Rwanda. So it's not only in Kenya. That is why this is a call for many countries. Next slide. And you can see the challenges. Lack of trainers. The curricula has to change after now and then. Some employers do not want to hear about competency-based, for example. And there's the trainers and the administrators are not working together. These are some of the challenges this researcher found. Next. Next slide. It's almost similar challenges. Now in Kenya, I would like you to see this very clearly. The politics have been so enormous. Just before we came in this year, this administration, TVET-CDAC was even disbanded. And NEC was the one handling the assessment. Then the curriculum, us, we were in KCD. Because the political establishment at that moment felt that TVET-CDAC should not be there if we have NEC and we have KICD. Let me come just home. Do you know here, amongst yourselves, we have some leaders who would like one aspect to forge one agenda and another. Some factions will arise and say, no, we don't want this cause to go to this. And others will move in a different direction. Political expediency can hurt. And we'd like to take this opportunity to request you to work together. Let us have all the facts, all the ideas, all the suggestions, all the recommendations and recommendations put together, and we are united in our quest. Like it has been happening in the other associations I've worked with, Felix is aware, we forge unity. We agree to work together. So I would like to urge you, please, political issues, you want to take advantage for you to gain and you think you might go far. At the end of the day, this is about our country. It's about our Kenyans. We have to be very careful. So about licensing, that is going on. You are aware. I'm glad that you are compliant. Next slide. And this is the Gazette that I noticed that was last year. And you can see your name, number 3, mortuary technicians and technologists. Next. One of the advantages of competency-based education and training is that it provides graduates for socioeconomic development. One of the speakers, alisema, you don't only train to work in a mortuary and nothing else. What else can you employ your tasks? Like, I've done clinical medicine and public health, but I'm here and I do other things. Although I have my clinics, I'm not always treating. Next. Clear the line. Do you have any other? I'm not only saying that. I can do other things. We would like to see our country, young people, guided into that. They are also able to do other tasks. They can drive the economy on their own. You can own your funeral homes. You can, carry out research. You can create employment. So this is a key thing for competency-based education. Thank you so much. Now, we have to understand this. What is your role? Because I want to wind up. What do you think is your role? Msikubali kuachwa nyuma. Wengine wakisema CBET, nyinyi mnasema sisi sio wa CBET. Sisi sio wa CBET. Hiyo ni watu wa masons. We are not technicians. We are medical doctors. We are doctors. You see that kind of pretense. You can see. We need a national occupational standards for mortuary science. We need that. What we did with the Health Recons Chair and your team, Health Recons, we developed a common, now for them they call it master content, which sisi kama TVET tunatumia na watu wa KMTC wanatumia. We might change the approach, but the master content is the same. I know this is the direction we will go. You have a master content. Ile wale wanasoma KMTC na wale wanasoma TVET, yote ni the same. So you will not be worried whether it's a TVET graduate or a KMTC graduate, wote wako sawa. Tunashika hiyo. Msikubali kugawanywa na kuambiwa sijui nini, watu wa KMTC ndio wako superior, sijui nani. The employers are not looking for superiority, it's competence. Is this person able to carry out tasks? There is the stakeholders, you are employers, you are trainers. It is you who will be training these colleges. We will not get an engineer training mortuary technicians. You are stakeholders. You are also opinion makers. You are opinion makers, which is very important. You contribute to the health system as a whole, and you also take part of the political, socioeconomic systems. We have so many Kenya Pharmaceutical Association members who have rose to be MCAs, who have rose to be women reps, MPs, and what have you. Do you think you don't deserve that? You deserve. So we want to get national-oriented scopes of training so that you speak. One of the other ways to become strong as a cadre is when you have national-oriented programs. So this is very important. I think that was next. So for the way forward, it's just like your role. You develop the national occupational standards for mortuary science, develop the curriculum for mortuary science, harmonize the training and improve the areas that needs to be improved, lobby and advocate for full recognition and absorption of mortuary texts, and participate in TVET activities. Make sure you participate in TVET activities. TVET is technical, kitu ya kutumia mikono, vocational, your skills, education and training. Participate. We will be there to guide you, be there to show you the way forward about this. I know it is coming home. We want to have this happening as soon as possible. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for having me here. I am proud of you. Thank you so much. So if you have questions, you can ask, you may ask, and we'll be glad to address them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Gitonga. As we call ourselves Kiongozi, it's very important. I think we've learned a lot, and little that we didn't know, now we know. The next time we'll be coming to you as members, that we want to develop a curriculum that cut across all the training institutions. Give us your blessings so that we walk this journey together. So that any person coming from MTRH CHS, any person from JFC Munene College, KMTC, UON, and MUST are equally the same. So thank you so much. I will ask ourselves that we stand. We appreciate Mr. Gitonga. Then we have a word or two so that we agree for tomorrow's session. I will call Mwalimu, the HOD KMTC Kisumu, clinical medicine. He's good at some exercise. We were with him in Nairobi some time back when we were doing first aid assessment. And I was seeing some skills, so kindly have the honors to show us some. appreciate Mr. Gitonga, please.
Okay. What is referring to is when you were learning first aid, nilikuwa naonyesha kufinya tumbo. Ilikuwa inaitwa aje? Sasa hatuwezi finyana tumbo saa hii, ndio? Okay, so I think we are going to do it in an academic way. This is an academic environment. So we just give 1, then 2. Isn't it? Watu wamechoka, sio? Okay, let's prepare 1, 2, 3. Another one. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Ameogopa kufinya tumbo na nilikuwa nataka tuende hiyo direction. So thank you so much. To the delegates present today, I'm happy, I'm honored with your numbers. Tomorrow we expect more as we build this journey together. Remember to share the word that we are having this conference as an hybrid conference. We are both on Facebook and our YouTube platform. That's Morticians and Allied Professionals Association of Kenya. Without wasting your time, I will call upon the chairperson to give us direction before we close today's session.
Thank you, Katibu. Tumetoka, eh? I am very happy. Kuna mtu naona amelala, which means the content that was shared today was important and necessary. By design, you will see today we were touching on curriculum, regulation, and training. Sawa sawa. They are all interconnected. Please, when you go to rest, look at them critically. Where you think there are still some areas that we need clarification or more information, feel free to share with us. The facilitators are more than willing to be of use to us. I want to appreciate our presenters today. It was great. I think it's not easy to have a session that goes this late and you still have all the people together. The interest is there. They are interested in what they are doing. These people are passionate in what they are doing, and any new information is important to all of us. Maybe I think we did not put it officially. Now we can put it officially because Madam Angela said she picks her requests randomly. Now we are putting our request officially. That as practitioners in this field, we want to be involved in the development of all those standards, the areas we believe we are the best people being the shoe wearer. So we are putting our official request to be enjoined in all the standards that are touching on areas where morticians are practicing. 2, we have been challenged by Dr. Musungu. And we also equally want to challenge you. You are our teacher. I know we've not reached at that stage, but that challenge should not go unheeded. Work with us, bother us, request, push, ask us to develop these papers, and we will put you as the person in charge of making sure they look like proper abstracts. We are coming from zero, but I believe when we meet next year, we will be somewhere where anybody looking at what we are presenting, they will be proud of. We will not forget you, because that is a journey that you've awakened in us. As the Secretary said, tomorrow come and see the mediocre that we have prepared and work on it so that it becomes something that is worthy to be looked upon. So I want to thank you and wish that you have a beautiful rest. There is a cup of tea. Tulikuwa tumesema asitengeneze lakini akasema alikuwa ametengeneza. Those who feel they can take the tea, please, it is there. Then for those who are residing at the central place, the utility vehicle will be coming. It will take us in phases until wote tufike huko. Don't get lost. If you get challenges, call any of the officials who will be of use to you. Sawa sawa. We don't want to appear biased. One of our Muslim brothers come close for us the session. Ukiombea hiyo kikombe ya chai. I don't want to mention. Doctor, you have something? Okay. Please don't forget those questions, let them be structured so that we can channel them both as Dr. Kioko, for Madam Angela, and even for Jamlek, because all of them are interconnected. So, tomorrow we are starting right on time. So we will start at exactly 8:30. It's again packed because we have other requests that we are supposed to accommodate. Let us accommodate all of them. Sometimes it is not easy to get these officers. So when you see them coming, let us just take whatever they have for us. Matano njoo funge. We also want to request our presenters, please share with us the presentations on our email, because we believe we will need to work on them as we move forward. So.
Amjambo. Haya, tuombeni tukiwa tunaachana mpaka kesho. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu, mwenye kuneemesha neema kubwa kubwa na ndogo ndogo. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba vile tumemaliza mkutano wetu, ya Rabbi, tufanye tuwe ni watu wema, yale tuliyosomeshwa yawe ni ya kutufaa sisi na jamii zetu na paka mali tunakwenda. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.